Chapter 51. You are listening at novelfull.audio. The room was dark, the only light coming from the computer. Tang Mo leaned down and stared at the computer screen. He subconsciously put his hand on the mouse to move it. But once he pressed the OK button, the screen mouse disappeared, leaving only Fu Wenduo's face filling the entire screen. Tang Mo said, "Stand back a bit." Fu Wenduo took 3 steps back and revealed the environment behind him. Tang Mo carefully observed the things around Fu Wenduo. Fu Wenduo had a light over there, revealing he was in a small, closed room. The room was cluttered with cardboard boxes and seemed to be a small warehouse. Fu Wenduo was looking up at the moment. Tang Mo wondered, "What are you looking at now?" Fu Wenduo immediately replied. "A very small display, around the size of the palm, that is hanging from a corner of the room's ceiling." He spoke directly instead of making Tang Mo continue asking questions. "After being separated from you, I was taken by the iron shoemaker to a small room. I am in the same factory as you. This is a grocery storeroom behind the factory. The iron shoemaker left after taking me here. I tried but was unable to open the door or windows. The Black Tower told me that the door and windows can't be opened. Also, Tang Mo." The man's voice stopped. Tang Mo bowed his head, looking at Fu Wenduo's calm face on the screen. Fu Wenduo asked, "Can you use your ability right now?" Tang Mo's heart tightened. Tang Mo had many abilities. At present, the most suitable one to be used in front of Fu Wenduo and Xing Feng was the "I have a worse spiritual field than the protagonist." This was a one-time ability. 2 months ago, Tang Mo used the ability to seal a giant match into his body. Before entering this office, Tang Mo had heard Xing Feng's voice. In order to prevent any incidents, he took out the big match as a weapon. After Fu Wenduo suddenly video called him, Tang Mo directly placed the big match next to the computer. Tang Mo slowly turned his head and looked at the giant match that had just been placed on the table. Tang Mo's eyes were on the empty table for a long time before looking down at his left wrist. A bright red match tattoo could be seen. He held the tattoo and used his ability. Half a minute later, Tang Mo looked at Fu Wenduo. "I can't use my ability. When I entered the room, I had been using my ability. But in the moment when I wasn't paying attention, I can't use it anymore." Fu Wenduo said, "I am the same. After entering this room, I wanted to try breaking down the windows, door, or walls, but I couldn't use my ability. Tang Mo, I also can't use my props." Tang Mo took out the ruby from his pocket and raised it above his head. There was a sharp sound as the ruby fell on Tang Mo's head and rolled down, falling into the palm of Tang Mo's hand. "I also can't use my props." The two of them looked at each other on the screen and didn't speak for a long time. The next moment, Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo asked in unison, "What is your mission?" The two of them were speechless from astonishment. Just now, Tang Mo had heard the Black Tower's mission prompt. But he didn't hear it on Fu Wenduo's side, indicated that the Black Tower's voice couldn't be transmitted through video. The two people were suddenly forced to make a video call. They must first determine the purpose of the other party. If it was the same task, it was natural to work together. If the task was different or even the opposite, then Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo's worst enemy was each other. Tang Mo thought for a moment before saying, "The Black Tower wants me to find something for the iron shoemaker." Fu Wenduo smiled. "What a coincidence. It is the same for me. That thing is normally liquid but can also be in paste form. Many times, it is packaged in a tin but can also be in a bottle." Looking at the other side of the screen while being wary of each other, Tang Mo suddenly felt this was a bit interesting. The feeling of mutual temptation was more interesting than the urgency of the game. He said, "Let's write it down together, Fu Wenduo. I am in an office so there is pen and paper. You have many cardboard boxes behind you. You can write on them. We will show the answer at the same time. Okay. Tang Mo took out a pen and paper from the desk drawer. Fu Wenduo tore off a piece of the cardboard box. Tang Mo wrote down 2 words on the paper while Fu Wenduo used a sharp knife to write. After 10 seconds, the two of them stopped at the same time. They looked at the screen. Tang Mo suggested, "I will count down and then we will show it together." Fu Wenduo agreed. Good. Tang Mo's fingers held the edges of the paper as he counted down. 3, 2, 1. Brush. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo presented the words they had just written to the other person. Shoe polish. Tang Mo inwardly sighed while looking very calm on the surface. It seems that we are going to cooperate this time. Fu Wenduo put down the cardboard. What is the situation on your side? Tang Mo started to explain his side of the situation. I entered a place much larger than you. It seems to be the main working area of the factory. One door led to the food processing area. Before the Earth went online, many workers should have gone there to check the food packaging. There were a lot of food bags. There were some scattered and some undiscovered food. I took a box of bread in case the game went on for too long. He paused and continued. Now I am in the office behind the food processing area. Tang Mo roughly explained what he said and Fu Wenduo said, okay. This time our mission is the same. But the iron shoemaker hasn't appeared and we don't know where to find the shoe polish. But you said there was a player who already participated in the game. Fu Wenduo was alone but there was Xing Feng in Tang Mo's office. Tang Mo nodded and looked at Xing Feng. Mr. Xing, you have been in this game for a while. Can you tell me the specific rules of the game? Xing Feng shrunk back in the corner, looking at Tang Mo in horror. Once he found that Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo were having a very good conversation, in his eyes, he looked very afraid. He gulped nervously once Tang Mo asked him a question. It is to find the shoe polish. The iron shoemaker said that the shoe polish is located in one of our locations. It is definitely in these 2 places. The iron shoemaker will only let us go if we find the shoe polish. If we can't find it, he will. You'll find out soon enough. You'll know. Tang Mo saw Xing Feng's fearful look and narrowed his eyes. His suspicious gaze was on Xing Feng's body but he didn't talk to Xing Feng again. He seemed like he hadn't found anything as he continued to ask Fu Wenduo. What is your specific situation over there? Is there danger? After hearing this, Fu Wenduo looked at the bottom of the screen before looking up. It is nothing special, just 3 bodies. Tang Mo frowned. You have 3 bodies there. Strictly speaking, they used to be 3 players. 2 players died over here. So the number of people on both sides of the game is the same. Speaking of this, Tang Mo found that Fu Wenduo was looking at somewhere below the screen and became alert. What is it? Fu Wenduo spoke lightly. The appearance of these 3 bodies is very unique. Tang Mo asked, how? Fu Wenduo was silent for a moment before looking up. The blood was drained and they have become mummified. He sketched out the scene using the simplest language. Tang Mo didn't think too much and nodded lightly. He didn't know it but Fu Wenduo was standing in a corner of the room and looking up at the small screen. The screen was too small so he must stand very close if he wanted to see things on Tang Mo's side. The icy white light illuminated the entire room. Fu Wenduo was standing in front of a wall without his expression changing. There was a mummified corpse just 10 centimeters in front of him. A withered and darkened face, huge eyes that bulged from fear. Many people couldn't imagine that the human eyes were so round and big when protruding like this. The black pupils occupied a small part of the center, with the whites making up the majority. 3 mummified bodies were nailed to the wall in a cross position, like the crucifixion of Jesus. The distance was so close that Fu Wenduo could the rotting smell filled his nose. But he still spoke to Tang Mo with a blank expression. If there are no extra clues, we can only wait for the appearance of the Iron Shoemaker. Tang Mo nodded. Yes, that. Bang. There was a loud noise in his ear. Tang Mo's heart suddenly skipped a beat. The computer darkened and Fu Wenduo's appearance disappeared. At the same time, Xing Feng clung fearfully to the wall in the corner. He cried out in a hoarse and frightened voice. It is coming, it is coming. Close the door. I can't kill it, I can't kill it. Tang Mo took a deep breath and turned around. He looked at Xing Feng and quickly asked, who is it? The Iron Shoemaker. Xing Feng shook his head, his voice coming out intermittently. No, it isn't the Iron Shoemaker. That wolf. It is coming. Then he suddenly seemed to think of something and excitedly looked at Tang Mo. You are an official player. You said your ability wasn't working, so you must be an official player. You must be powerful. Kill it, you must kill it. If you don't kill it tonight, we are all going to die. At this moment, a loud child's voice rang in Tang Mo's ears. Ding dong. Players, please note that after 3 minutes, the shoe polish wolf that the Iron Shoemaker hates the most is going to appear. Kill the shoe polish wolf and get a drop of shoe polish. Please actively participate and kill the shoe polish wolf. The 9th of the 10 unsolved mysteries of the Underground Kingdom. Why is the industrious and lovely Iron Shoemaker always so poor? The Iron Shoemaker was puzzled. Until one day, he found that the hateful shoe polish wolves love to steal shoe polish. Kill the shoe polish wolves. Everyone is responsible. The Black Tower's prompt stopped. In the dark factory, Tang Mo's fingers gradually clenched. Suddenly, he heard a dull sound coming through the door. It seemed as if something was hitting the door of the next office. It slammed against the door as hard as it could. It repeated this 10 times before there was a fierce breaking sound. The thing had smashed through the door and ran into the wall of the corridor. There was a fierce sound outside the door, as if the beast was roaring. Tang Mo's expression slowly sank. He walked to a corner of the office, picking up a blue and white porcelain vase from the shelf. In the groceries room on the other side of the factory, Fu Wenduo saw that the screen suddenly darkened. His expression changed as he observed the room. A second later, the screen hanging in the corner of the room suddenly lit up again. Fu Wenduo looked up warily. He saw the unique snowflakes of the old TVs. The snowflake pattern flashed for 3 minutes. Then there was cheerful and familiar music and the snowflakes turned into a colorful halo. A small dot appeared in the middle of the screen, amidst the gorgeous effect. The black dot became bigger and clearer. Finally, there was a dark mini tower in the middle of the screen with the halo special effect constantly flashing around the tower. The music suddenly stopped and a cartoon villain jumped out from one corner of the screen. She was wearing a blue dress with a crystal crown on her head. She hid behind the black tower and quietly looked around. She seemed to find that there were no bad guys and laughed. She jumped out from behind the black hair and spoke loudly into a microphone. What are the top 10 unsolved mysteries of the Underground Kingdom? Who took away Grandmother Wolf's daughter? Is the King of Terrible singing on the first floor of the Black Tower Pinocchio or the Iron Shoemaker? Thump thump thump, everything exists in the Happy Question and Answer. Hello everybody, I am your favorite Underground Kingdom TV host, Wang Xiaotian. Today is a happy question and answer time. What is your dream? What do you want? Come to the happy question and answer game, you can have it all. Next, please listen to the question. The author has something to say. Tang Tang. Letting me fight while old Fu answers the questions. Are you looking down on my IQ or looking down on old Fu's strength? Old Fu, I just want to know why my wife and a strange man are alone in a room. Chapter 52. You are listening at novelfull.audio. Like cats, wolves had a strong night vision. Tang Mo walked to the door, his right hand gripping the neck of the vase. Half his body was pressed against the door as he listened carefully to any movements outside. There was a dull noise from outside, as if the beast was baring its fangs and gathering strength. In the corner, Xing Feng was trembling with fear. He tried to push himself deeper into the corner to reduce his sense of existence. Tang Mo was listening to the movements of the wolf outside the door while the wolf outside was staring at the door. Both sides were stagnant. The moment there was a flash of a flint, Tang Mo threw the glowing stone in his left hand towards the window. The throw was very good, with the stone being stuck in the gap between the frame and the window. The stone stuck to the frame and made a sound, breaking the deadlock. The shoe-polish wolf screamed and rushed to the door. Tang Mo opened the door at the same time. The shoe-polish wolf ran straight at him. He couldn't see the wolf's movements but he kicked it, throwing the thin wolf into the wall of the corridor. The shoe-polish wolf roared angrily. It moved its hind legs and rushed to Tang Mo again. Tang Mo moved sideways to avoid its attack and entered the corridor. The glowing stone illuminated a small area of the corridor. Tang Mo didn't know if the shoe-polish wolf had the same terrible night ability as the wolf on Earth. But in any case, he couldn't fight the wolf in the absence of light. Therefore, he acted first and made a light source for himself. The shoe-polish wolf's speed was very fast. It was long and thin, its limbs slamming on the walls of the corridor as it constantly rushed at Tang Mo from all directions. Tang Mo's vase smashed against its head, leaving a bleeding injury. The shoe-polish wolf became more violent. Its strength wasn't too high but its speed was too fast. It pushed off the wall, leaping into the air and clawing at Tang Mo. Tang Mo rolled across the ground and the two of them exchanged positions. The black wolf roared angrily. Tang Mo grasped while his right hand held the broken vase neck. One person and one wolf looked at each other in a narrow corridor. The next moment, the shoe-polish wolf launched an attack. Tang Mo rushed with the vase that broke in half. Two black shadows met halfway through. Tang Mo raised the vase and smashed it into the eyes of the shoe-polish wolf. The wolf had been prepared. It turned its head and opened its sharp teeth, biting down on the vase. There was a snap and the vase broke into 4 or 5 pieces. At this moment, the shoe-polish wolf flicked its right paw towards Tang Mo's eyes. Tang Mo also prepared to evade to the side. At the same time, he also took advantage of when the shoe wolf bit the vase. He reached out quickly, grabbing a fragment in the air. Tang Mo's cold eyes swept over the neck of the shoe-polish wolf. He ran forward, his right hand moving. The sharp porcelain piece slashed at the wolf's neck, causing a huge gap from the front to the back of the neck. Tang Mo squatted and took a few steps back. He raised his hand and wiped the blood from his right cheek. The shoe-polish wolf's paw had scratched him. Even if he had a plan, he couldn't completely avoid it and received an injury. But behind him, the shoe-polish wolf had fallen and slid along the corridor. Tang Mo quickly walked towards it. The neck of the shoe-polish wolf was almost cut in half by Tang Mo. Only a little bit of flesh left it attached to the body. Thick blood flowed from its body and it kept groaning as the green eyes stared straight at Tang Mo. Tang Mo stared blankly at it. Then he bent over, picked up a broken porcelain piece and drove it into the head of the shoe-polish wolf. The shoe-polish wolf was completely killed. A green light flashed from the shoe-polish wolf. Once the light disappeared, the body of the shoe-polish wolf and the blood flowing down disappeared. A drop of pearl-like black liquid appeared where the shoe-polish wolf had been. Tang Mo picked up the shoe polish. This shoe polish drop had a very strange texture, similar to mercury, which could be held directly. The Black Tower said that killing a shoe polish wolf would allow them to get a drop of shoe polish. Tang Mo really only got a drop of shoe polish. Even if he tried to separate the drop of shoe polish into two, the two halves would just gather together again. Xing Feng trembled with excitement as he saw Tang Mo. You defeated the shoe polish wolf easily. We might be saved, really saved. The wound on Tang Mo's face had stopped bleeding, but it wasn't completely healed. He asked coldly, what exactly is the shoe polish wolf? How did the other two people die? Who made the wounds on your body? The three consecutive questions made Xing Feng speechless. Tang Mo sat down in the office chair and leaned very close to Xing Feng. Xing Feng trembled as he propped up his body with both hands, struggling to move forward. He wanted to stay away from Tang Mo. But Tang Mo directly kicked the wall, causing a big bang with his legs in front of Xing Feng. The injured player was afraid and fell back. Tang Mo raised his foot again and slammed it into the wall, shaking the entire office. His lips curved and he sneered. Answer my 3 questions. Xing Feng looked at him with horror and finally opened his mouth. The shoe polish wolf is the thing you just killed. It appears once every 3 hours. 1 appears the first time, 2 the second time, and then 3. Killing the shoe polish wolf will give you a drop of shoe polish. If you can't kill the shoe polish wolf, it will disappear by itself after 5 minutes. Tang Mo asked, it will disappear by itself. Then as long as you hide for 5 minutes, you can avoid a frontal confrontation with the shoe polish wolf. Xing Feng nodded fearfully. Yes, but 10 minutes after the shoe polish wolf appears, the iron shoemaker. The iron shoemaker will appear. He will ask if you have. Bang! A loud noise interrupted Xing Feng's words. Xing Feng's face showed fear at this sound and he looked at the door with horror. Tang Mo heard a thudding sound from one end of the corridor, followed by the sound of the chains. It came closer and closer, approaching the door of the office. Tang Mo gripped the broken piece of porcelain he put in his pocket and stood up. He realized who this person was. 3 seconds later, a huge man appeared at the door. He had a chain in his right hand and a long nail in his left hand. His malicious eyes first looked at Xing Feng on the ground. Xing Feng shrank back and hid behind Tang Mo. Then the iron shoemaker looked at Tang Mo standing there. The iron shoemaker smiled before hitting the table with the nail. My shoe polish. You scum, have you found my shoe polish? The loud, impatient voice echoed in the office. On the other side of the food processing factory, Fu Wenduo stood in the small room and looked at the small TV hanging in the corner. On the screen, Wang Xiaotian wore a little blue dress and a swivel chair that came from some unknown place. She sat on the swivel chair, revealing a bright smile. Today is a special feature of the Happy Quiz. We have invited a challenger. Let me see. Wow. The challenger is very famous. You know his name? Fu Wenduo stared. On the screen, he could only see Wang Xiaotian's figure. But after she said this sentence, there seemed to be the special effect common to every TV show as a burst of cheers emerged from the small TV. Wang Xiaotian sweetly got to the climax of the story. So. Who is he? Fu Wenduo looked coldly at the screen. On the TV screen, the $5 special effect video appeared. Then there was a line of black words. He is the first player in the world to open the Black Tower. This line disappeared and another line appeared. He is the first player in the world to clear the Black Tower. After the second line disappeared, the next line didn't appear for a long time. Fu Wenduo waited a long time as the sound of swallowing came from the TV. It was from Wang Xiaotian. Tang Mo probably wouldn't have heard this sound filled with greed and appetite that came from the cute cartoon character. But Fu Wenduo heard the sound of Wang Xiaotian swallowing her saliva with his special training. Then a few words appeared on the screen. The last word was in a strong blood red color. The blood dripping from this word fell to an invisible place below the TV screen. He is a stowaway. Wang Xiaotian's cartoon face appeared on the screen again. She was drooling. As soon as she discovered the camera was on her, she lifted a sleeve and wiped off her saliva. She smiled sweetly. He is a player all the citizens of the underground kingdom are obsessed with. He won first place 3 consecutive times in Monster Weekly's Human I Most Want to Eat poll, Fu Wenduo. Fu Wenduo stood in the groceries room, staring at the TV screen. He saw a cartoon man in black clothes emerge from one end of the screen. He walked and sat down in the chair opposite Wang Xiaotian. There were 2 words above his head. Fu Wenduo, Wang Xiaotian said, "Our player Fu is a bit silent. Why don't you say something to the audience who likes you?" Cartoon Fu Wenduo still didn't open his mouth. Wang Xiaotian's gaze moved from Mini Fu's body. She turned her head and looked elsewhere. Her eyes seemed to be looking at the camera, but her gaze strangely met the real Fu Wenduo outside the TV. She wiped at her saliva again and smiled strangely. "Since player Fu doesn't want to talk, let's start. Let's take a look at the first question." "Oh, it is a very simple common-sense question." Her playful voice echoed in the small room. Player Fu should easily be able to answer this question. Then please listen to the question. The first question: who most likes to tease the stowaways in the world of the Black Tower? A. Pinocchio, B. Cinderella. Geez, how can I be an option? This Wang Xiaotian never teases the stowaways. Wang Xiaotian covered her mouth and pretended to be surprised. Oh, I accidentally ruled out a wrong answer for player Fu. Then let's continue. C. Mr. Martin, D. Uncle Gorilla. Which one will you choose, player Fu? Which is the right option? Our player Fu has 20 seconds to consider. This is a sub-dot question. Can player Fu guess the truth? At the same time, there was a small blue line in front of Fu Wenduo. The blue text was suspended in midair, the contents being the question Wang Xiaotian asked just now. There were 4 options below this line. On the TV, there was a big question mark above the head of Mini Fu Wenduo. Outside the TV, Fu Wenduo looked at the question and then Wang Xiaotian's exaggerated acting. He pressed option B with an expressionless face. Wang Xiaotian exclaimed, "Eh? How can it be me? Player Fu, this is a sub-dot question. Are you sure you don't want to change the answer?" The Mini Fu Wenduo on the TV didn't answer her. Wang Xiaotian asked several times before finally saying helplessly, "Well, congratulations. Director, I want to protest. When do I like to play tricks on stowaways? I obviously only tease them occasionally." Wang Xiaotian spoke nonsense. Fu Wenduo naturally didn't reply and the audience's booing was quite loud. After seeing that there was no response from Fu Wenduo, she became bored and asked the second question. This is the second question. In the monster world, which monster eats the most stowaways? A. Shrek, B. Hulk, C. Grandmother Wolf, D. Big Mole. Wow, director, you are opening the back door for player Fu. This is cheating. This problem is too simple. I am going to protest on behalf of the audience. Protest. There was a buzzing sound from the audience. Fu Wenduo's expression sank as he looked at the question. Fu Wenduo had seen Shrek's name on a billboard when he sneaked into the monster world. Shrek was a big star of the monster world, so it was reasonable that he wouldn't be the answer. He had never seen the Hulk, or Grandmother Wolf and the Big Mole. This cheating question, he really didn't know the answer. The author has something to say. Old Fu. Can I get outside help? Tang tang. While fighting the shoe polish wolf, a phone call. No time, hang up. Old Fu. Chapter 53. You are listening at novelfull.audio. Tang Mo handed the shoe polish he had obtained from the shoe polish wolf to the iron shoemaker. The iron shoemaker looked at this drop of shoe polish with a very bored expression. It seemed he wasn't happy to see the shoe polish that Tang Mo found. He took the shoe polish and the shoe polish swung back and forth in his huge palm. He weighed it for a moment and grunted. I didn't expect you to really find a drop of shoe polish. But this is just a drop of shoe polish, a drop. Where is my shoe polish? Tang Mo turned to look at Xing Feng in the corner. Xing Feng hadn't explained all the contents of the instance. He saw Tang Mo's cold stare and hurriedly said, "This is the iron shoemaker's shoe polish, but it can't be reused. Killing the shoe polish wolf only gets you one drop. It will be used up. Once the shoemaker leaves, he will come back in 3 hours for more shoe polish." Yes. The iron shoemaker swung his chain and caused a crack in the wall. He glared fiercely at Tang Mo. "Humans are the best friends of the iron shoemaker and want to help me find the shoe polish. This shoe polish is too lacking. It can only repair a pair of shoes. I am the best shoemaker in the underground kingdom. I repair countless pairs of shoes every day. This shoe polish is not enough." Tang Mo's eyes swept over the wall in the wall. Then he looked at the iron shoemaker. "What is your shoe polish?" Asking the iron shoemaker this question was clearly meaningless. If the iron shoemaker knew where the shoe polish was right now, he would find it without needed this reality instance. Of course, Tang Mo couldn't rule out that he was deliberately teasing the players in order to eat them. Xing Feng said that the shoe polish was in the instance. If it wasn't here with Tang Mo, it must be with Fu Wenduo. He only needed to know what the shoe polish was and it could be found. The iron shoemaker was dissatisfied. "You don't even know what the shoe polish is. How dare you say you will help me find the shoe polish? You human, this isn't shoe polish." The iron shoemaker showed the black shoe polish in his palm to Tang Mo. "Hurry and find my shoe polish. I'll come back here in 3 hours. If you don't find my shoe polish," a sinister smile appeared on the iron shoemaker's face. He gulped, took the drop of shoe polish Tang Mo had given him and left the office. After a moment, his heavy footsteps disappeared down the hallway. Tang Mo immediately went out to see. The iron shoemaker had disappeared into thin air and the door of the factory still wasn't open. Tang Mo carefully examined the other offices and they didn't change. When Tang Mo returned to the office, he took the light stone out from the door and looked at Xing Feng in the corner. The skinny player trembled. He didn't need Tang Mo to speak as he hurriedly cried out, I'll tell you everything. This is a game to find the shoe polish. Every 3 hours, the iron shoemaker will appear and ask if you have found the shoe polish. If you haven't found the real shoe polish, you can temporarily replace it with the shoe polish wolf's inferior shoe polish. But the number of shoe polish wolves will increase by 1 every 3 hours. The iron shoemaker will also ask for 1 extra drop of shoe polish every time. So after 3 hours, there will be 2 shoe polish wolves and then the iron shoemaker will ask for 2 drops of shoe polish. Tang Mo thought for a while, what if you don't have the shoe polish? It doesn't matter if he couldn't find the real shoe polish since he could replace it with the inferior shoe polish. But what happened if he didn't kill a sufficient number of shoe polish wolves? The shoe polish wolf disappeared after 5 minutes. Xing Feng seemed to think of something terrible and his dry eyes became bigger. Tang Mo asked again, what will happen? Xing Feng trembled and hugged himself where he had a hole in his body. If the number of shoe polish drops isn't enough, your blood will be used as the shoe polish. Tang Mo's eyes narrowed. 1 hour later, the computer screen lit up again and Tang Mo hurriedly pressed the accept button. Fu Wenduo's face appeared on the screen and Tang Mo was stunned when he saw him. This man looked like he had just come out of the water. His hair was wet, a few bundles falling over his forehead. Even his clothes were wet and sticking to his body. A drop of water fell from Fu Wenduo's chin and hit the ground. He stretched out a hand and pushed back the wet hair from his forehead, revealing tough and dark eyes. Tang Mo received a few injuries when fighting the shoe polish wolf, but his physical fitness was good. The wound on his cheek had already half healed and there was only a shallow impression. On the other hand, Fu Wenduo didn't have any injuries. However, it was the first time Tang Mo saw this person look so miserable. He couldn't actually be miserable, but Tang Mo didn't expect this man to be so embarrassed. Tang Mo. His surprised look was noticed by the other person. Tang Mo coughed and changed the topic. He didn't waste any time and talked about what he had just experienced. So I have already passed the first 3 hours. In another 2 hours, I will have to face 2 shoe polish wolves and kill them in 5 minutes. I can't use my ability and props, but I can still deal with 2 shoe polish wolves. It wasn't easy to say anything more. Tang Mo continued, what did you encounter? The happy QA. Tang Mo asked, what? Fu Wenduo explained calmly. It is similar to a quiz shoe. The host asks me some strange questions. I don't know how many questions there are in total and I don't know what rewards will be given. But I will be punished when I get a question wrong. I just made a mistake in the second question and my punishment was to be washed by a flood for an hour. Tang Mo understood why this man looked like this. But he wanted to know something else. What are the contents of your game and what is the connection with the shoe polish? Tang Mo's game had something to do with the shoe polish. However, Fu Wenduo was participating in a quiz game that had no relationship with the mission. Fu Wenduo looked up at him. It really is related to the mission. I answered 3 questions. Tang Mo listened carefully. The first question asked me about who in the Black Tower loves to tease stowaways the most. I guessed right. The second question is about who eats the most stowaways in the monster world. I have heard the name Grandmother Wolf from your mouth. I chose it, but the correct answer was the Big Mole. Tang Mo was surprised. The Big Mole. Fu Wenduo realized. Have you seen this monster? Tang Mo nodded. I received Momo from it. The host explained that it eats the most stowaways because it is relatively low in the monster world. Right now, not many players have cleared the Black Tower and aren't qualified to see the other 3 monsters. The other 3 monsters are also very interested in eating stowaways, but the Big Mole encounters the most stowaways. It ate 163 stowaways just last week alone. It would be hard for Event Tang Mo to correctly answer this question. What is the third question? The third question. A wisp of wet hair slipped down onto Fu Wenduo's forehead. It asked, what thing has every player in the world seen? A. Cinderella's crystal shoe. B. Santa's sleigh. C. King's gold coin. D. Fu Wenduo gazed at Tang Mo, the iron shoemaker's shoe polish. Tang Mo calmly analyzed. The answer is D. Yes. The answer must be D. It could only be D. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo had never seen the crystal shoes. The 2 of them had seen the sleigh. But even on Christmas Eve, not all players saw Santa and his sleigh. As for the king's gold coin, Pinocchio used it to deceive Tang Mo's group. This didn't mean the deception would be used for every Christmas Eve instance. It could only be the iron shoemaker's shoe polish. It must be the shoe polish, because Fu Wenduo's participation in the game was related to the shoe polish. Tang Mo said, this quiz game is probably to provide you with clues to find the shoe polish. Then there is a 70% chance the shoe polish is over here. You provide the clues, I find the shoe polish. The first clue is that every player in the world has seen the iron shoemaker's shoe polish. Even Tang Mo felt that this sentence was incredible. The Black Tower was something that wasn't seen by everyone. Some players avoided looking at it due to hatred and other reasons. Some hid in the deep forests to escape the world. Why did the Black Tower dare say that every player in the world had seen the shoemaker's shoe polish? The iron shoemaker's shoe polish must be something that exists on Earth. Tang Yamo analyzed. Otherwise, it is impossible for humans to see it. I will try to search the food processing factor in 2 hours and see if I can find anything that meets the requirements. Fu Wenduo nodded. My QA game has entered the advertisement time. 2 hours later, the fourth question will appear. Tang Yamo looked at Fu Wenduo on the screen. After a long time, he said, Mr. Fu, I will now tell you everything I know about the Black Tower. Fu Wenduo's lips curved. Due to the wetness, his hair continued to fall uncontrollably. He reached out a hand and smoothed back his falling hair. He nodded. Good. Some things didn't need to be pointed out. Tang Yamo knew that he should tell the information he knew. This game involved cooperation between the two parties. Fu Wenduo's failure was Tang Mo's failure. If Fu Wenduo failed, forget about his death. Tang Yamo wouldn't be able to get information about the shoe polish. Tang Yamo must tell everything that he knew, not just for Fu Wenduo's sake but for Tang Yamo himself. After 15 minutes, the two people ended the call. Tang Yamo went into the food processing factory to search for something that every player in the world would have seen. The food processing plant covered an area of around 2,000 square meters. Tang Yamo used the glowing stone and carefully looked in every corner of the factory. He quickly started his investigation from the east corner of the factory. On the easternmost wall was the staff lockers. He opened every cabinet and then looked down. The range of things that all humans had seen was still too wide. Apart from humans who were blind, people see water, sunshine, the air, they couldn't really see it but it existed. The sun and air weren't very realistic. Tang Yamo found a half-empty bottle of water in an employee's locker. He looked for a moment before placing the bottle into the plastic bag he just picked up. Tang Yamo searched for a while. He saw a few pots of succulent plants on the windowsill of the factory. In the moonlight, these potted plants had long withered and yellowed. Tang Yamo dug up some dirt, put it in his plastic bag and continued to search. At the end of the 2-hour countdown, Tang Yamo had checked 1/3 of the factory. He heard a dull knocking sound coming from behind the door of another office. The shoe polish wolves had appeared. Tang Yamo quickly placed the plastic bag in his hand into a drawer and pulled out the small fruit knife he had found in an employee's locker. His body was full of biscuit and candy crumbs, which he deliberately stuck to his body to prevent the shoe polish wolves from noticing his whereabouts, if they were as sensitive as real wolves. Tang Yamo held the fruit knife and walked step by step into the office area. In that office, the two shoe polish wolves were very clever. They cooperated with each other and took turns to hit the office door. The entire wall shook with every hit. The sound of the thumps echoed in the empty and quiet factory building. Tang Yamo walked to the edge of the office area. He stood against the wall, listening to the movements inside the door. After 4 or 5 more hits, there was a fierce breaking sound and then howls. 2 wolves emerged, their claws hitting against the ground and green eyes exploring the darkness, looking for traces of a human. Tang Yamo hid his body behind the wall. The 2 fierce wolves were 2 meters away from him. The 2 wolves searched patiently. Suddenly, Xing Feng accidentally touched something in the innermost office. It fell to the ground and made a loud noise. The 2 wolves roared and rushed to the office. At the same time, Tang Yamo rushed out behind the wolves at the fastest speed. The 2 wolves heard him and hurriedly wanted to turn around to attack him. However, their bodies were leaping through the air and they couldn't turn. Tang Yamo waved the sharp fruit knife to the back of a wolf's neck. The wolf held out its claws at the critical junction, blocking Tang Mo's knife. Bang! The wolf fell to the ground and blood flowed. One of its paws were cut by Tang Yamo and it wanted to stand up. The other wolf roared at Tang Yamo and rushed over. Tang Mo slashed while avoiding the sharp claws. The wolf's legs were lowered close to the ground and its eyes were staring at Tang Mo. It suddenly burst forward while Tang Mo evaded sideways. Who would have expected the injured wolf to rush from the rear, taking the opportunity to bite Tang Mo's arm? Tang Mo kicked the wolf. The shoe-polish wolf tore off a piece of flesh and fell in the distance. Blood poured down Tang Mo's arm. The shoe-polish wolf ate the piece of flesh before continuing to look at Tang Mo. The two wolves rushed together, attacking Tang Mo from two directions. Tang Mo was already ignoring the pain from his arm. He constantly waved the fruit knife, blocked the wolf's sharp claws. The two sides were entangled for a moment. There were a few back and forth, but it only took a minute. After all, one wolf was injured and couldn't use one leg. Tang Mo took advantage of it not being able to balance properly and stabbed the wolf's chest, piercing its heart. At the same time, he turned to avoid the sneak attack of the other wolf. He stretched out a hand and grabbed the wolf's neck. The shoe-polish wolf struggled. Tang Mo used all of his strength to break the last wolf's neck. The bodies of the two wolves fell to the ground and turned into 2 drops of shoe polish. Tang Mo's right arm had stopped bleeding but the bite still hadn't recovered. His left leg also had a piece of flesh bitten off it. He picked up the fruit knife that had fallen to the ground, calmed his breathing and walked into the office. In the office, Xing Feng was pale with fright and curled up under the table. He crawled out once he saw that Tang Mo had come back. He saw the 2 drops of shoe polish in Tang Mo's hands and cried out with disbelief, one person really killed 2 shoe polish wolves. Tang Mo looked at him. Xing Feng retracted his neck. You don't misunderstand. I am just surprised that you can actually kill 2 shoe polish wolves without being hurt. I used to attack the shoe polish wolves with a player and it was hard for us to kill just one. We couldn't deal with 2 shoe polish wolves. We only killed one in 5 minutes and had a hand bitten off by the other. Compared to losing a hand, Tang Mo had 2 pieces of flesh bit off and some scratches. Tang Mo asked, the other player lost their hand. Xing Feng nodded. Tang Mo touched the fruit knife in his pocket and looked at Xing Feng lightly. How did the other 2 people die? Xing Feng's facial expression changed before he said, they were drained of blood by the iron shoemaker and died. Every time a new player enters, the amount of shoe polish that the iron shoemaker requires will be reset to the beginning as well as the shoe polish wolves. But if this is the case, we can't beat the shoe polish wolf and we can't find the real shoe polish. We endured the second time but for the third time, we couldn't give the iron shoemaker 3 drops of shoe polish. Xing Feng trembled with fear as he spoke. There wasn't enough shoe polish so the iron shoemaker said, he would take out blood as replacement. Then he pierced our bodies with the nail. Look at these holes in my paint. Xing Feng revealed them. These holes are all from him. His nails will absorb our blood. 1 drop of shoe polish is around 1/10 of our body's blood, which is 400 cc. We can withstand 1 drop of shoe polish. However, later we couldn't beat so many shoe polish wolves and couldn't even obtain 1 drop of shoe polish. The iron shoemaker will suck the blood from our body. If we can't prove enough inferior shoe polish twice in a row, the iron shoemaker will also go to the other side and suck the blood of the players there. Tang Mo thought about the 3 dead bodies that Fu Wenduo described. The iron shoemaker must have had their blood sucked up by the nail. However, Tang Mo asked, why are you still alive? Xing Feng's breathing stopped. According to Xing Feng, he was the first one to enter this instance. It was reasonable to say that he should be the one to have his blood sucked out by the iron shoemaker first. His physical condition also wasn't good. Why did the other 2 players die before him and why was he the only one still alive? Xing Feng refused to answer. Tang Mo pulled out the fruit knife and slammed it into the thick and solid wooden table. Xing Feng jumped with fright while Tang Yimou stared at him coldly. Xing Feng opened his mouth after a long time and said fearfully, I will tell you all of it. Because I hide some shoe polish. The body losing 400 cc of blood isn't a problem. I used to be a doctor so I know. Right now, all of us have our physical fitness improved. We might not be able to recover all of the 400 cc in 3 hours, but we can recover enough to have no impact on our actions. Therefore, I didn't give the iron shoemaker the shoe polish the first time and replaced it with 400 cc of blood. After that, I would save a bit more shoe polish every time. In addition, other players entered and we fought the shoe polish wolf together. Because I entered the game first, I knew the Black Tower didn't give a prompt. I told them that killing the 2 shoe polish wolves will only give 1 drop of shoe polish. No one doubted me. Xing Feng closed his mouth at Tang Mo's cold eyes. Xing Feng felt a bit embarrassed. He hid in a corner and tried to make Tang Yimou not notice him. After a moment, Tang Yimou asked, how much shoe polish do you have left? Xing Feng shivered as he whispered, no. I have no shoe polish left. Tang Yimou no longer pursued this matter. He sat in the chair and said casually. What you said is very reasonable. Losing 400 cc of blood doesn't have much impact on people. For a player, losing 800 cc of blood shouldn't be a big problem. Xing Feng raised his head and blankly stared at Tang Yimou. He didn't understand why Tang Yimou was saying this. From now on, I will save a bit of shoe polish too. Xing Feng's eyes widened. Tang Yimou folded his arm with a calm expression. This time, I will save a drop of shoe polish and allow the iron shoemaker to draw 400 cc of blood. Xing Feng didn't understand at all. With your strength, there is no need for blood to be drawn. Who said he was going to draw my blood? Tang Yimou slightly tilted his head and smiled. He will pump your blood. Xing Feng's eyes widened. 5 minutes later, Tang Yimou gave 2 drops of shoe polish to the iron shoemaker. The iron shoemaker muttered angrily, these shoe polish wolves are really rubbish. When he finished, he looked at Tang Yimou and Xing Feng again. All of you are really useless. Listen to me and quickly find my shoe polish. Otherwise, I want 3 drops of inferior shoe polish next time. If you can't bring it out, I will use your blood to replace it instead. The iron shoemaker dragged his heavy chains and left the factory. After he left, Tang Yimou took out 2 drops of shoe polish from his pocket. This was what Xing Feng had just handed him. In order to save his life and to beg Tang Yimou to let him live for a while, Xing Feng gave Tang Yimou 2 drops of shoe polish. The old player really had hidden things. He had hidden the 2 drops of shoe polish in the coffee cup on the desk. The cup was full of brown-black coffee. Tang Yimou didn't think that 2 drops of shoe polish would unexpectedly be hidden in there. Even so, he didn't know if this was all the shoe polish that Xing Feng had hidden. Perhaps more shoe polish was hidden in the small refrigerator or the soil in the pot. This player not only had a sinister mind, he was ruthless to himself. He balanced on the tip of a knife every time shoe polish was needed. The holes in his body were indeed caused by the iron shoemaker's nail. He would only give a certain amount of shoe polish at a time. As long as the iron shoemaker drawing blood didn't risk his life, he wouldn't give all his shoe polish. Xing Feng was still useful, as a spare blood bank, to Tang Yimou, otherwise he wouldn't be kept around. But now he was always vigilant towards the other person. After the iron shoemaker left, Tang Yimou waited a few minutes for Fu Wenduo's video call. This time Fu Wenduo won and didn't look as embarrassed as last time. The 2 people didn't waste time and simply exchanged information. Tang Yimou asked, what clue did you get this time? Fu Wenduo replied, why is the iron shoemaker so poor? Tang Yimou frowned. It is because the shoe polish wolves love to steal shoe polish. That is what the Black Tower said. Yes. Fu Wenduo replied. But this was my sixth question. It asked what was one of the top 10 mysterious of the underground world. The answer was why the iron shoemaker was so poor. Tang Yamo thought for a moment. This sentence is definitely a clue. The shoe polish wolf loves to eat shoe polish. The Black Tower told us this once and used a clue to remind us again. The fact that this was mentioned twice means we shouldn't ignore this clue. Fu Wenduo asked, "What did you find?" Tang Yamo took out the plastic bag. "Water and soil. I showed these things to the iron shoemaker. He didn't respond, so these things aren't the shoe polish." The two of them were deep in thought. After a long time, Tang Yamo spoke. "Is it blood? The thing that every people in the world would have seen. From the moment of birth, every child would see blood. It was their mother's blood. The shoe polish wolves loved to eat. Just after biting off a piece of Tang Mo's flesh, the wolf couldn't wait to eat this piece of meat. Blood." Fu Wenduo repeated it again. Tang Yamo denied this answer himself. If it is blood, the iron shoemaker has already received blood and he wouldn't say that the shoe polish hasn't been found. Fu Wenduo asked, "Did you see the iron shoemaker get a player's blood?" Tang Yamo was startled. He slowly turned to look at Xing Feng in the corner. The latter shrank back in the corner. Tang Yamo once again looked at Fu Wenduo and smiled. "You are right. Next time I have to see the iron shoemaker take human blood himself." After hanging up the call, Fu Wenduo's stiff body fell back. He reached for the wall to steady his body. In a place where Tang Yamo couldn't see, there was a 10 centimeters long scratch on the right leg. The wound was too deep and cut his hamstring. He was unable to use his ability, so this injury healed very slowly. Fu Wenduo raised his hand and rubbed his temple. After 30 minutes, the hamstring healed as the wound slowly closed. On the small TV, Wang Xiaotian appeared on the screen. The advertisement time is over. Hello everyone, I am your favorite sweet host, Wang Xiaotian. It is once again time for the happy Q&A. Wow, great. Although player Fu's answer to the fifth question was wrong, he persevered through the 1-hour wind knife punishment. Could player Fu be the first player in the history of the Underground Kingdom to pass the happy Q&A? There was a burst of cheers from the audience and Wang Xiaotian smiled sweetly. There isn't much to say. Please listen to the question. 3 hours later, Tang Yamo opened the video call. He spoke first. Blood isn't the shoe polish. The strength of the 3 wolves is much stronger than the 2 wolves. Coping with 4 wolves is probably my limit. Fu Wenduo, what clue did you obtain? We must find the shoe polish quickly. Fu Wenduo looked at him in silence. Tang Yamo frowned. What's wrong? Fu Wenduo spoke a moment later. This time, there is no clue. Tang Yamo was stunned. He quickly reacted and asked calmly, what do you mean? This is question 9. The iron shoemaker's shoe polish has which of the following qualities? A. Rare, B. Fusion, C. Dirty in smell, D. Hard. Fu Wenduo paused. I chose C and I was wrong. It isn't dirty and it can't be rare. Tang Yamo, the shoe polish is either fusion or hard. That is the third clue. Tang Yamo clenched his fingers. The video hung up again and the situation on the other side couldn't be known. Tang Yamo held the table with one hand and finally stabilized his body, not letting himself fall. Blood stained his clothes and there was a shocking wound that was 15 centimeters long across his abdomen. After facing the 3 shoe polish wolves, Tang Mo's abdomen was cut and it hadn't yet fully healed. Tang Yamo was unable to use props and couldn't use the earthworm's tear to heal the wound. 3 wolves gave him such a big problem. If he had to face 4 wolves or 5 wolves. Tang Mo settled his expression and firmly looked in front. Meanwhile, Fu Wenduo started answering the fourth round of questions. The punishment for failing to answer started from the flooding, to the gale knife and became increasingly harsher. The 10th question was actually related to the king's gold coin. Fu Wenduo smoothly chose one opportunity to abstain from a Black Tower game and solved this problem. But then the 11th question appeared. Wow, this is another bad question. Tell me, director, do you have an ulterior relationship with player Fu? All these questions, well, I want this month's salary so I won't say it. Wang Xiaotian smiled playfully and reached out in her signature action. Then, please listen to the question. What type of child does Santa like best? A. Good, B. Hypocritical, C. Cunning, D. Honest. Player Fu can definitely answer this question. It really has no meaning. Why don't we have a more difficult question next? I am talking too much. The lovely Wang Xiaotian never talks about the contents. I am a good and loyal host. Fu Wenduo's eyes moved between good and honest before he finally chose D. Wang Xiaotian smiled sweetly at him. Player Fu, you don't want to change it. The answer is very subtle. Fu Wenduo was silent. Half a minute later, Wang Xiaotian's hands moved over her face and she said, the answer, wrong. Since when does Santa love honest children? Santa Claus himself is very dishonest, ahaha. Fu Wenduo's brow tightened. Wang Xiaotian jumped up happily. Let me take a look at the punishment for the 11th question. Wow, the punishment for the 11th question is for player Fu to challenge Grandmother Wolf and survive for 30 minutes. Grandmother Wolf likes to eat humans the most. It doesn't matter if they are human players or from the underground kingdom, they are all her favorites. I really can't wait to see this challenge. The cheers of the audience almost blew up this small TV. A tall creature wearing a pink dress and holding a small parasol appeared on the screen. She took small steps towards Wang Xiaotian's side. Wang Xiantian timidly took a step back before she quickly cheered herself up, who am I? I am the sweet host Wang Xiaotian. Since the special guest, Grandmother Wolf has come, the small parasol was raised and Grandmother Wolf's green eyes stared at the screen. She revealed her sharp teeth, smiling maliciously. As soon as Wang Xiaotian talked, Grandmother Wolf would rush out of the TV and eat the stowaway who made all the monsters in the monster world drool. However, Wang Xiaotian suddenly cried out, Miss Turkey has sponsored 100 turkey eggs in order to skip this penalty. Let player Fu challenge the 13th question. Is there some type of plan? Wang Xiaotian looked up. Ah, the director has agreed. Then we have to skip this level and go straight to the 13th question. Grandmother Wolf, it is really hard on you coming all this way. Grandmother Wolf's face suddenly blackened. But as soon as the camera focused on her, she turned into a weak and fragile appearance. She covered her big mouth and let out a bell-like laughter. It is no problem. Anyway, the punishment for the 14th question is also related to me, Grandmother Wolf walked off the stage and Wang Xiaotian said. Miss Turkey wants to jump directly to the 13th question in order to let her do the punishment. She wants to fight with player Fu and tear him to pieces. But the Black Tower's questions still need to be asked. Player Fu, please listen to the 12th question, where does the iron shoemaker's shoe polish come from? A. Iron worms. B. Humans. C. Iron shoemaker. D. Shoe Polish wolf. This is a good and simple question. Player Fu shouldn't get it wrong again, so fast. Player Fu has already answered. He chose option B, humans. Congratulations to player Fu. You are so quick and answered it correctly. Miss Turkey, please wait a moment. After the advertisement, it is time for you to tear player Fu apart. Next, let's go to the advertisement. Fu Wenduo's hand was already on his military dagger and he was prepared to attack Grandmother Wolf. He was unprepared for the intervention of the big turkey. But his hand still firmly held the dagger in case Grandmother Wolf appeared. Fu Wenduo had heard from Tang Mo about the strength of Grandmother Wolf. She was a terrible monster, much worse than the big turkey or Pinocchio. She was probably at the level of Santa Claus. Fu Wenduo couldn't use his ability or his props. He had a low winning rate when facing her and probably wouldn't be able to survive 30 minutes. Fortunately, the big turkey intervened. Once the TV screen lit up again, Fu Wenduo's face was still very gloomy. He was thinking about the questions he encountered and Wang Xiaotian's words. This time, Fu Wenduo didn't speak. A hoarse voice came from the other side of the TV. Fu Wenduo. The low voice made Fu Wenduo's eyes narrow and he looked up. On the TV screen, the handsome young man was gritting his teeth. Hi's face was pale and his cheeks slightly red. There was a deep wound on Tang Mo's forehead and his hair was wet with blood. But his eyes were extremely bright as he stared at Fu Wenduo. There was no doubt in his eyes, only heavy recognition. Fu Wenduo's heart thumped. After a long time, Fu Wenduo whispered, "Where are you injured?" "It isn't a big deal." Tang Mo answered. "The shoe polish wolves will cooperate with each other. They will work together to increase their strength. This time I only killed 3 wolves. The last one disappeared. If there was one more wolf then I am afraid that I can't even kill 2 wolves. I might only be able to last one more time." So Fu Wenduo, Tang Mo raised his head. "Have you found a clue?" Chapter 54. You are listening at novelfull.audio. The iron shoemaker casually hung the heavy chains on his shoe, hummed an harsh song and walked into the office in an imposing manner. When he walked into the office illuminated by the light stone, he saw that the new human player was sitting on the chair in front of the computer and watching him calmly. As for the old player who spent more than 3 days in the instance. The iron shoemaker glanced contemptuously at Xing Feng and firmly smashed the iron chain against the ground. "Where is my shoe polish? How many chances have I given you untrustworthy humans? You just repeatedly use the inferior shoe polish to placate me. I will tell you this. The iron shoemaker won't let anyone deceive him. If you don't take out the real shoe polish or 4 drops of inferior shoe polish." The iron shoemaker's ugly face showed an excited smile. "I will replace it with your blood." The iron shoemaker's voice was like thunder and the room shook slightly. Tang Mo took out the shoe polish and placed it on the table. He looked at the iron shoemaker calmly. "I only have this much." Xing Feng tried to stretch out his neck. Once he saw only 1 drop of shoe polish on the table, he stared at Tang Mo with disbelief and blurted out, "You just killed 3 shoe polish wolves, there is 1 drop left from the last round and there is also the 2 drops I gave you. How can you have only 1 drop of shoe polish?" Tang Mo glanced at him. "I said that I only have 1 drop. This is that drop." Xing Feng anxiously moved in the direction of them table. "You previously gave him only 2 drops of shoe polish and let him drain my blood. This is the second time. If blood is used to replace shoe polish 2 consecutive times, the iron shoemaker will go to the other side and drain the player's blood. Aren't you friends with that player? Are you going to watch him bleed to death?" Tang Mo asked, "Are you worried about his safety or because you are worried about yourself?" Xing Feng suddenly stopped. Tang Mo smiled. "You just had 400 cc of blood drained. If another 200 cc is drained, you will definitely die." Xing Feng's expression changed and he spoke in a low voice and shocked voice, "Do you think I still have shoe polish left?" "No, I really gave all my shoe polish to you. I really don't have any extra shoe polish. I can't make up the number this time. If you really want me to die, I can't do anything. You would even kill your partner. You are definitely not an official player." You are actually a stowaway. Tang Mo didn't pay attention to him and turned directly to the Iron Shoemaker. Draw the blood. Xing Feng cried out, You. The Iron Shoemaker had been watching with interest when Tang Mo and Xing Feng spoke. He liked to watch this type of human killing. It was the most delicious feast. He had seen this feast 3 times. However, he felt that it was delicious and sweet every time. This ultimate pleasure stimulated his rough taste buds, making him feel that leaving the underground kingdom to come here was really worth it. The Iron Shoemaker smiled slyly. He picked up the nail and couldn't wait to go to Xing Feng's side. He held up the long nail and it was about to descend when Tang Mo's voice rang out. Wait a minute. The Iron Shoemaker complained when he was interrupted. What, did you find some shoe polish? Tang Mo asked, Is the shoe polish really here? For a long time, the Iron Shoemaker didn't understand his meaning. I told you to find it, so it will definitely be here. The honest and lovely Iron Shoemaker won't deliberately lie to you and lead you to a place where there is no shoe polish. How can you find shoe polish that doesn't exist at all? Tang Mo suddenly asked, In this room, how many people died in total? Xing Feng, curled up in the corner, suddenly became stiff at these words. The hand holding the Iron Shoemaker slowly stopped. He looked at Tang Mo meaningfully before giving a sinister smile. 3 people. You are the 5th person to enter this room. As soon as he stopped speaking, a sharp knife fell towards Tang Mo's back. This person was extremely fast despite his injured leg. His right leg that looked atrophied slammed against the wall while the knife mercilessly stabbed towards Tang Mo. The Iron Shoemaker laughed like it wasn't the first time he had seen this scene. However, there wasn't the sound of the knife stabbing into flesh. The Iron Shoemaker made a surprised sound while Xing Feng raised his head to look at the young man in front of him. In the dimly lit room, Tang Mo caught the sharp knife between 2 fingers. The tip of the knife was only 1 centimeter away from his lower abdomen. But no matter how much Xing Feng struggled, he couldn't move the knife firmly clasped between fingers. Xing Feng roared. You are seriously injured. You can't even stand and can only sit. Tang Mo replied lightly, I didn't lie to you. It is true that my injury is serious. But I can still deal with you despite this heavy injury. A variety of complicated expressions flashed across Xing Feng's face. Then a light flashed in his eyes and he smiled viciously. Tang Mo detected something wrong and there was a faint sound of wind in his ears. In the dark room, he couldn't see what was coming. He used his powerful hearing to identify the direction of the sound and tilted his head to avoid it. A sharp needle flew quickly in front of Tang Mo's eyes and slammed into the bookshelf behind the table. This was just the first one. Xing Feng showed a hint of surprise when he saw Tang Mo avoid the needle, but he wasn't worried. He hurried to the side and 3 needles shot from 3 directions at the same time. These needles were shot from the bottom of the computer desk. Tang Mo was sitting on the chair. As soon as he saw this, he kicked the chair to the side and avoided the 3 needles. The next moment, the 4th needle shot out from the middle of the bookshelf. Tang Mo's area of movement was limited while avoiding the first 3 needles and he could no longer escape this one. The sharp needle was stained black and Tang Mo's eyes narrowed. He reacted quickly and his right hand pulled the computer display on the table. Tang Mo waved the screen and his enhanced dynamic vision allowed him to find the needle in the dim environment. He hit the needle and caused it to fly around. Ah! A pained sound was heard. Tang Mo looked around in surprise. The Iron Shoemaker saw the situation clearly and laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, you killed the first 2 players using this method. This time you are the one dying from it. Ha, this is so funny. Being killed by your own trap. I can't find such a funny joke in the underground kingdom. The needle deflected by Tang Mo had shot straight into Xing Feng's arm. This was just a small wound and couldn't be fatal. But once the needle entered, Xing Feng's arm turned black at a speed visible to the naked eye. He fell painfully to the ground and held his arm. Tang Yimou hurriedly approached. The iron shoemaker thought he wanted to save Xing Feng. Xing Feng also saw Tang Yimou coming and thought Tang Yimou would help. Yet Tang Yimou directly grabbed the other arm that wasn't darkened, took out a knife and forcibly cut the wrist. Bright red blood flowed from Xing Feng's wrist. Half of Xing Feng's face was black. He looked at Tang Mo's cold and indifferent expression and struggled to speak. You aren't. Tang Yimou took 400 cc of blood and looked at him. The needle is poisonous. Xing Feng didn't understand his meaning but nodded with all his strength. Tang Yimou said, I have no antidote. Xing Feng stared at him. Thus, I can't save you. The black poison crawled through Xing Feng's body to his last remaining arm. Tang Yimou released his hand before the arm was completely blackened. He held a small bag that was filled with blood. It was all Xing Feng's blood. Xing Feng turned black all over and his eyes stared at Tang Yimou. But he was already dead. From the needle entering to the complete poisoning, everything took only 30 seconds. Once Xing Feng's breathing stopped, cracks started to appear on his skin. Like a drought-affected land, dense cracks crept over his body. Tang Yimou looked at this strange scene while the iron shoemaker laughed with interest. He moved forward and stepped on Xing Feng's face. Xing Feng's body seemed to have become broken pottery. Once the iron shoemaker's foot descended, Xing Feng's body shattered. The iron shoemaker ground the smashed pieces like a playful child, until only black powder remained on the ground. Tang Yimou looked at the black powder with complicated eyes. Is it an ability? Tang Yimou had never heard of such a powerful poison. After the Earth went online, a player's physical quality took a qualitative leap. Yet in the face of this poison, Xing Feng could barely say a sentence before turning into powder. Since the "Find the Iron Shoemaker's Shoe Polish" appeared, Tang Yimou couldn't use any props or abilities. Xing Feng would certainly be the same. But suppose Xing Feng made a batch of poison needles in advance with his ability. After the game began, he couldn't use his ability again but it had already been completed. The poison needles wouldn't disappear and could still be used. This poison might be Xing Feng's ability. The iron shoemaker said, ability. How is it an ability? Ha ha ha. This is the black poison from the big centipede's tail on the Black Tower's second floor. I don't know where this kid got the poison but it is fun to step on it, just like stepping on sand. The iron shoemaker had a "I won't let you step on it even if you want it" expression on his face and Tang Yimou remained silent. He wouldn't step on a human body for fun. Xing Feng had been turned to powder and Tang Yimou couldn't step on him even if he wanted to. At this time, Tang Yimou finally knew why none of the players who died in the factory had bodies left behind. Their bodies were destroyed by Xing Feng with this black poison. As long as there was a corpse, the newcomers could see how the other person died. Rather than being killed by the iron shoemaker, they were killed by their own companions. After seeing the cause of death of the corpse, the new player wouldn't believe Xing Feng's words. Tang Yimou always distrusted Xing Feng and didn't relax his guard. He didn't expect that Xing Feng would place traps in the room. At least 2 of the 3 players had died like this. There was no light source in the room and Tang Yimou only had the glowing stone. Xing Feng's traps were hidden, with 4 needles under the desk and 1 in the bookshelf. The direction of each needle faced the chair in front of the desk. According to normal behavior, the player would be injured or tired after fighting the shoe polish wolves. At this time, most of them would choose to sit in the chair to rest. In addition, they had to be in front of the computer to talk to the person on the other side of the video call. The best resting place was the chair. Xing Feng's injuries were real. His injuries were too bad to be fake. He started acting the moment the new player entered the game, pretending he was in a weak position. If the new player couldn't clear the game, he would kill the new player in order to keep himself alive. As to why he must kill the new player and be left alone, Tang Mo raised his head and looked at the Iron Shoemaker. The Iron Shoemaker seemed to have seen enough of the show. He placed the chain on his shoulder and said, "Now you are alone. If you can't give me 4 drops of shoe polish, your game is over for the moment. Hey, there isn't enough shoe polish. Now it is time for me to find the man in the groceries room. I will drain his blood and make the most beautiful specimen in the underground kingdom." The Iron Shoemaker held the nail and walked towards the door of the office. Tang Mo said, "When there is only 1 player left, the game is terminated. You won't insist that I give you the shoe polish?" The Iron Shoemaker stopped and looked at Tang Mo. His eyes were filled with ridicule and contempt, as if he was seeing Tang Mo as a new Xing Feng. The Iron Shoemaker said, "You would have learnt it from the human just now. Even if you can't find my shoe polish, you won't die if you can live to the end. Let me think. The computer is broken. Where should you place your traps? How about a trap in the ceiling?" The Iron Shoemaker was actively giving advice to Tang Mo. "No one can climb high enough to observe the ceiling. If you place a trap there, you will certainly kill your new companion." Tang Mo's heart became cold. This was the hardest part of the game. It wasn't finding the shoe polish or engaging in the bizarre Happy QA game. It was having a companion who wanted to kill you all the time. They would try every means to find the shoe polish, but they knew that as long as they killed the other person, they could live. Even if they couldn't pass the instance, they would live if the other person died. In this way, the likelihood of finding the shoe polish was infinitely close to 0. The Iron Shoemaker still spoke sarcastically as he gave Tang Mo advice to kill his new companion. Then a cold voice was heard. "Who says I didn't find the shoe polish?" The Iron Shoemaker looked Tang Mo up and down. Either way, it didn't matter. "Okay, you still want to save that human. If you give me 4 drops of shoe polish now, I won't drain that human's blood. But if you can't give me 5 drops of shoe polish next time, I will drain the blood of that human." Tang Mo didn't speak. He pulled out the fruit knife and raised his left hand. His arm was cut and blood flowed down his arm into the plastic bag that contained Xing Feng's blood. The Iron Shoemaker's face sank and his smile vanished. Red blood flowed down Tang Mo's arm and the small plastic bag was soon filled. This blood wasn't a problem for Tang Mo. The injury he received when fighting the 4 shoe polish wolves was 10 times more serious than this injury. He stared at the little plastic bag and watched his blood mix with Xing Feng's blood. The blood of the 2 people mixed together and there was no telling who was who. Tang Mo stared at the blood in the plastic bag. Once a certain amount of his blood flowed down, 400 cc like Xing Feng, a dazzling white light lit up the plastic bag. This light stabbed at Tang Mo's eyes but he didn't look away. He kept staring straight at the plastic bag. 10 seconds later, Tang Mo saw the contents of the bag. He closed his eyes and his lips curved. He breathed a sigh of relief, revealing a faint smile. "Now. Are you still going to drain his blood?" In the groceries room on the other side of the factory, Fu Wenduo looked calmly at the 4 options in front of him. Wang Xiaotian held her cute cartoon face and shook her head. "Player Fu, choose quickly. Miss Turkey has already done her warm-up exercises and can't wait to tear you apart. There are only 10 seconds left. You have to choose and not waste Miss Turkey's precious time." Fu Wenduo looked at question in the suspended frame in front of him, which stated. Question 13. What is the name of Miss Turkey's cousin? A. Fire Chick, B. Fire Chick 2, C. Turkey Cousin, D. Turkey Chick. Fu Wenduo's gaze lingered on 4 options. Wang Xiaotian was impatient and Fu Wenduo waited until the last second to press an option. Wang Xiaotian smiled happily. C. Turkey Cousin. Congratulations on answering the question wrong. Player Fu, please challenge the punishment of survive Miss Turkey for 3 hours. Now Miss Turkey, you can enter the reality instance. Miss Turkey, are you that anxious to go? Fu Wenduo held his dagger as a giant turkey appeared in front of me. Fu Wenduo. I'm going to rip you to shreds. The 2-meter-tall turkey flapped her big wings and rushed to the man in front of her with dexterous movements that didn't match her body shape. Fu Wenduo quickly avoided, but the big turkey was faster than him. Hatred and anger had swallowed the turkey's sanity. She only had eyes for this damn stowaway who stole her turkey egg. She couldn't wait to reach the stowaway. Rip you to pieces. The turkey flapped its wings and Fu Wenduo ran to the wall, flying through the air to avoid the L= blow. At the same time, his wrists moved and military dagger formed a beautiful knife flower between his fingers. The blade moved and aimed at the big turkey's neck. Clang! There was a sharp metal collision sound and the turkey was unscathed. Fu Wenduo stepped back and stabilized his body. The giant turkey sneered. How can this type of weapon hurt me? Stupid human, coo. The big turkey rushed forward again. She didn't need any extra movements. Fu Wenduo's knife couldn't hurt her and he could only evade. There was soon a collision and the big turkey scratched Fu Wenduo's cheek. The big turkey gave a sinister smile and pursued Fu Wenduo to kill him. Fu Wenduo crossed his arms in front of him and blocked the big turkey's blow. He was thrown back into the wall with a mighty force. Fu Wenduo fell to one knee. His dagger had fallen into the distance when he was just struggling with the big turkey. He placed a hand on the ground and looked at the dagger. The big turkey kicked the dagger behind her. She smiled and said, "You have nothing. You can only use your hands to block my claws next time. Fu Wenduo, this is retribution for stealing my turkey egg." She stopped speaking and rushed again. At this moment, a loud child's voice rang in the room. Ding dong. Mission 2, Find the Iron Shoemaker's shoe polish has been completed. The big turkey paused mid-action while Fu Wenduo raised a face that showed traces of surprise. The next second, his lips curved and he stood up. Fu Wenduo held his wrist and twisted his neck. He felt the power gradually return to his body and slowly raised his head, looking at the big turkey in front of him. The crest feathers were all standing up. Cuckoo. On the small TV, Wang Xiaotian made a surprised sound. This episode of Happy QA is over. This is too fast. Miss Turkey, please finish your personal vendetta with player Fu. This reality instance will close in 10 minutes. The program team will ask the Iron Shoemaker to bring you back with him, so please take advantage of this time. The giant turkey flew towards the TV screen. Cuckoo, help me coo. Fu Wenduo had nearly killed the turkey once and now 2 months had passed. Fu Wenduo smiled and looked at the swaying turkey. He held his right hand and the lower half of his arm instantly turned into a sharp weapon. He said in a low voice, "You are called Miss Turkey, why isn't your cousin called Turkey Cousin? It is impossible to return Momo to you. However, you still have 10 minutes of revenge." Cuckoo. 10 minutes later, Tang Mo stood in an open space in the food processing factory and saw Fu Wenduo approaching in the distance. Fu Wenduo didn't show any traces of injuries on his body while Tang Mo himself was injured. But these injuries weren't serious and were just skin injuries. Tang Mo didn't need to use the earthworm's tear. Now that his abilities had recovered, his body's self-healing ability also returned to normal. It would only take these injuries 30 minutes to heal. Apart from some bites of the shoe polish wolves, which would take around 2 or 3 days to recover. Fu Wenduo looked at the injuries on Tang Mo's body and frowned slightly, his eyes resting on the left arm. Tang Mo said with a smile. "This is a cut I did myself. The shoemaker's shoe polish is human blood. I had to get some blood to win the game." Fu Wenduo asked, didn't you try it before? And the answer wasn't human blood. Tang Yimo explained. At the time, I let the iron shoemaker draw the blood of another player. That player is now dead and his blood really wasn't the shoe polish. Tang Yimo didn't say how Xing Feng died or who killed him. But Fu Wenduo read the truth from Tang Mo's cold words and didn't ask anything. Tang Yimo continued. There are 4 clues. First, every human has seen the iron shoemaker's shoe polish. Second, the shoe polish wolves love the shoe polish. Third, the shoe polish either has a fusion or hard characteristic. Fourth, the shoe polish is obtained from humans. Tang Yimo looked at Fu Wenduo and smiled. Every human has seen their mother's blood at the moment of birth, and blood comes from the human body. To be exact, the shoe polish wolves love to eat flesh and blood. Previously, I deliberately dripped some blood on the ground when fighting with 4 shoe polish wolves. They couldn't wait to rush to the blood. Finally, the shoe polish has a fusion characteristic. One person's blood wasn't good. Fu Wenduo wondered, then it is the blood of 2 humans combined together. Maybe it is. Tang Yimo nodded. Perhaps the real shoe polish should be a player's blood. 400 cc of human blood is equivalent to a drop of inferior shoe polish. It is possible that the blood of 2 players, i.e., 2 drops of inferior shoe polish, will become the real shoe polish. That is what I just did. Before the other player died, I gathered some of his blood and added my blood to make real shoe polish. Fu Wenduo asked, then the real shoe polish is a player's blood. Tang Yimo said, the shoe polish is a fusion, a player's blood can't be made into shoe polish. But it is also possible that combining my blood with the blood of another player will make it so that it isn't a player's blood. Fu Wenduo accepted it. He didn't participate in Tang Mo's game, but he understood the meaning with a few short words. Tang Yimo said, the blood of one player is a player's blood. The real shoe polish is the blood of a player, and the blood of one person isn't good. This is the second possibility. Xing Feng probably didn't even think of it when he died. Tang Yimo didn't think about taking Xing Feng's life. He had no need to kill Tang Yimo. Tang Yimo didn't know Xing Feng killed 2 players, but he didn't have a sense of justice. He wouldn't kill Xing Feng to punish him for killing 2 strangers. The earth went online and there were few people whose hands were still clean. Even Tang Yimo had killed more than 1 person. Tang Yimo was going to try and combine his blood with Xing Feng's to see if it could be made into shoe polish. He asked the iron shoemaker if the shoe polish was only in this factory to determine something. If he couldn't get Fu Wenduo's blood, he wouldn't be able to make shoe polish due to a lack of blood. The iron shoemaker gave him a definite answer, so he decided to take the risk. Even if this wasn't the case, he still had a chance. He would give 4 drops of shoe polish to the iron shoemaker and allow Fu Wenduo to preserve his life. He and Fu Wenduo had one last chance. Tang Yimo wouldn't use the king's gold coin to escape unless it was a critical moment. First, this prop was too precious. Second, once he left, Fu Wenduo would almost certainly lose. Tang Yimo had long guessed that there were more than 2 people who died in the factory, unlike what Xing Feng said. Fu Wenduo was by himself while Tang Mo's side had 2 people. The basic requirement for this instance was that one side had a minimum of 2 people while the other side had a minimum of 1 person. Fu Wenduo stated that there were 3 bodies on that side. It meant there couldn't be 2 people who died on Xing Feng's side. As long as the game failed, the lone player would die and have their blood drained. 1 person for 1 person, plus Xing Feng, the factory should always have 1 more player than the groceries room. Perhaps at first, Xing Feng didn't know the rule that only 1 player can live. He was fortunate that he and another player were the first to enter the instance. The player died in front of him and the iron shoemaker said, "You can't die. As long as you kill your companion, you can live." From then on, he started to kill. Xing Feng was dead and his thoughts buried. No one knew the truth. Tang Mo no longer thought about it as he looked at Fu Wenduo. He rarely relaxed and just experienced such a thrilling game. But Tang Mo felt happy. It was only when you truly experienced death together that you could become friends. That time with Pinocchio didn't count. Tang Mo joked, "You seem to have it easier than me." He was referring to Fu Wenduo's absence of wounds. Fu Wenduo found that Tang Mo had slightly lowered his vigilance. He looked thoughtfully at the young man and said, "I had injuries that weren't lighter than yours. But my ability is related to this aspect. Once my ability was restored, my injuries quickly recovered." Tang Mo thought about it. He could recover from such serious injuries in 10 minutes. Tang Mo looked quietly at the tall man in front of him and started to wonder what this person's ability was. By the way, was it possible to get this person's ability? The iron shoemaker dragged the heavy chain and entered the door of the factory. He had a nail in his left hand and there was a small black shoe polish suspended on the tip of the nail. It mysteriously floated there and moved with the iron shoemaker's slow pace. The iron shoemaker went to Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo. He looked at them and said casually, "Well, I am a hard-working and lovely iron shoemaker. Since you helped me find the shoe polish, I will certainly give you a reward. Let me repair your shoes as a reward." Ding dong. Triggered the main task, watch the lovely iron shoemaker repair shoes. Tang Mo. Fu Wenduo. Why did they feel that something wasn't right? As Tang Mo's bare feet was exposed to the air, the iron shoemaker started banging on his shoes with the nail. Tang Mo finally realized what was wrong. Why did he do such a childish thing like switching from one feet to the other? Fu Wenduo's shoes were repaired second. The iron shoemaker seemed to see Tang Mo's uncomfortable mood and remembered their enmity, making him decide to repair Tang Mo's shoes first. Tang Mo was really uncomfortable. Fortunately, he didn't have athlete's foot and his feet didn't stink. Otherwise, he would smell strange to Fu Wenduo, which was worse than losing the game. However, the iron shoemaker seemed to deliberately aim for Tang Mo. He pinched his nose and cried out, "Smelly." Fu Wenduo let out a low laugh. Tang Mo's face completely darkened. His feet really didn't stink. The iron shoemaker banged for a long time while Tang Mo felt that Fu Wenduo's gaze stayed on his bare feet for a while. He was wearing socks but he still felt strange. He could only put it aside and watch the iron shoemaker repair his shoes like the mission stated. 10 minutes later, the iron shoemaker completed Tang Mo's 2 shoes and turned to Fu Wenduo. The iron shoemakers grabbed Fu Wenduo's boots and quickly pinched his nose. "Oh, so smelly, smelly." It was Fu Wenduo's turn. Tang Mo can't help laughing. The two people's eyes met in the air. Fu Wenduo's eyes were deep while Tang Mo smirked calmly. "Well, your stinky human shoes have been repaired. My iron shoemaker's workmanship is a household name in the underground kingdom. No one else would dare say they are first. I fixed your shoes for you this time. You should remember this for the rest of your life." The iron shoemaker had banged his nail against the shoes but Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo's shoes didn't look different from before. At this moment, the Black Tower's voice rang out. Ding dong. The main task, watch the lovely iron shoemaker repair shoes, has been completed. The reality instance, the lovely iron shoemaker, has been cleared and the reward, magic shoes, have been received. Prop. Magic shoes, owner. Tang Mo, Fu Wenduo, quality. Excellent, level 2, attack. None, function. If you wear these magic shoes, you can ignore gravity and walk freely on any plane, such as the ceiling, the water surface, etc. Restrictions. Can only be used once a day for 1 hour. Remark. Come on. I won't be pressed by Newton's coffin. The author has something to say. Tang Tang. Such a powerful ability, how can I get old Fu's ability? Old Fu. Come and eat me, don't give me money. Smile. Chapter 55. You are listening at novelfull.audio. Tang Yamo and Fu Wenduo took their shoes and left the food processing plant. When they were leaving, they saw the iron shoemaker dragging the iron chain and going into the groceries room where Fu Wenduo had been. Tang Yamo glanced curiously at the chain behind the iron shoemaker. The Black Tower once said that this chain had a causality effect and couldn't be untied after being bound. This chain was more useful than the magic shoes. As he saw the iron shoemaker getting further away, Tang Yamo turned his head and whispered, "Can we steal it?" Fu Wenduo didn't look at the iron shoemaker's chain, but he understood Tang Mo's meaning. Probably not. Tang Yamo showed a disappointed expression and continued moving forward. Fu Wenduo looked up him with slightly curved lips, but he didn't speak. The chain was indeed a treasure, but Fu Wenduo had once gone against the iron shoemaker. Even if he teamed up with Tang Yamo, he was afraid that they weren't a match for the iron shoemaker. The iron shoemaker was a bit more powerful than Pinocchio. He hadn't reached the level of Santa Claus and Grandmother Wolf, but it wasn't much different. The two men quickly crossed the factory area and returned to the entrance of the mall. It was dark and Fu Wenduo planned to find a place in the mall to stay for the night. Tang Yamo saw his figure disappear into the safety stairs of the mall and he headed down to the second underground floor of the parking lot. Once he arrived at the infirmary on the second floor, he heard Liz and Luo Fengqing's voice before he entered the door. Luo Fengqing asked, "Did you really notify him?" Liz sounded anxious. "Really? I had just left the mall when I saw Tang Yamo and a man in black. This must be the Mr. Fu that you mentioned. Once I said that the little girl came back, Tang Yamo was very happy and said he would return at once. Then I went to inform the little boy. Now we are all back and Tang Yamo hasn't returned. Doctor, did he get into trouble? Did he meet a stowaway or maybe an instance?" Luo Fengqing was about to speak when there was a knock. Everyone looked at the source of the sound. They saw the door being pushed open. Tang Yamo stood at the door and smiled. "I entered an instance." Liz was relieved to see that the person she informed was back. She also felt a bit of remorse. "I should have gone with you at the time. Then you wouldn't have entered an instance. I know the instance entrances around here." Tang Yamo came into the room. "I entered a reality instance." He looked at Luo Fengqing. "It is the iron shoemaker's instance. I went in with Fu Wenduo and cleared it." Next, Tang Yamo repeated when he encountered in the iron shoemaker's instance. He ignored the reward he received and focused on the banned use of abilities and props in the instance. This was very important news. After listening, Luo Fengqing said, "Thank you, this is very important. In the future, we will have to be prepared for the inability to use abilities and props in the game." Tang Yamo said, "It is nothing." Luo Fengqing looked Tang Yamo up and down. After a long time, he smiled, "Okay, I won't thank you." Luo Fengqing was keenly aware that something seemed to have changed in Tang Yamo. This change might not be big, but it was still a change. Before the change, Tang Yamo would have told Attack this news. After all, almost everyone he knew had disappeared after the Earth went online. The few people who could be counted as friends were in Attack. However, he might not have spoken so quickly and without hesitation. Liz and another Attack member soon left. Lu Qin spoke a few words to Chen Shanshan before wiping the tears in his eyes and leaving the infirmary. Tang Yamo noticed the action of Lu Qin wiping his tears and faintly detected something was wrong. He didn't ask and just watched the bamboo-like boy leave. Now only Tang Yamo, Luo Fengqing and Chen Shanshan were left in the spacious infirmary. He left the reality instance of the iron shoemaker and finally saw this little girl again. Tang Yamo always wanted this little girl to be his teammate. He never forgot that after getting so many abilities, only Chen Shanshan said that he had good luck in obtaining it. He walked to the bed and saw the little girl lying on the bed, leaning against a pillow. Her forehead and arms were wounded but her eyes were surprisingly bright. She looked seriously at Tang Mo and Luo Fengcheng. Luo Fengcheng said, Shanshan has brought some interesting news. Tang Mo, I think this news is very important for you. Tang Mo looked at the little girl. Chen Shanshan nodded and spoke in a direct manner. Fei Fei and I entered the same Christmas Eve benefits instance. Our instance has a total of 10 people. I won't tell you the specifics of the game. Like Brother Tang and Teacher Luo, it was a team confrontation game. But we were divided into 5 groups. I wasn't in a group with Fei Fei. In the 3rd round of the game, Chen Shanshan's voice stopped. Her wounded face didn't show much expression and her voice didn't change, but Tang Mo felt that she seemed a bit sad. Fei Fei died in the hands of a female player. Tang Mo's heart thumped as a little girl's bright and shy smile flashed through his head. He didn't speak because he didn't know what to say. He just quietly looked at the little girl in the bed. Chen Shanshan paused for a moment before continuing. In the 5th round, my companion and I were eliminated and we were forced into the tower attack game. My tower attack game is in the prison of the underground kingdom. I won't waste time talking about the specific rules of the time, but I found 2 main points in this game. Tang Mo asked, what is it? First, the players in the tower attack game might not be on the same tower floor. Tang Mo immediately understood Chen Shanshan's meaning. He spoke in a surprised manner. You mean that you are on the 1st floor of the tower but there was a player attacking the 2nd floor of the Black Tower with you. This news was really astonishing. Tang Mo couldn't help looking at Luo Fengcheng. Luo Fengcheng nodded at him with a dignified expression. This is Shanshan's meaning. The tower attack game she took part in had a total of 8 players. Once they entered the game, they become prisoners of the underground kingdom. Shanshan's group of 7 had a mission to kill a prisoner with a low sense of existence when the inmates are in the yard. But one person's task seemed to be different from theirs. Chen Shanshan took over. This player's behavior was a bit strange when entering the game. She reacted quickly and pretended not to be aware of anything. She discussed with us how to complete the task. But when the 8 of us were transferred to the game together, there was a shocked expression on her face as soon as she saw the 7 of us. Since then, I have been paying attention to her. Every player would definitely be nervous when sent to the tower attack game. Chen Shanshan was able to calm down first, while thinking to observe her teammates at the same time. This quality was very rare. Then she found something unusual. It is normal to be shocked when forced to enter the tower attack game and then pretend to be calm. But teacher once told me that a person who can hide themselves quickly must surely be a smart person. In a multiplayer game, you needed to be wary of the smart people in the team, not the opponents or the rules. Smart people only like to assert themselves and will harm the team. If the smart person has other intentions, it will be even more terrible than pig teammates. There is a need to strike first. Chen Shanshan calmly swiped a finger across her neck. Tang Mo looked at Chen Shanshan and Luo Fengcheng. What did Luo Fengcheng teach this little girl? Chen Shanshan said seriously, at first, I thought this woman had other problems. Then I found that some of her actions were very strange. As the game progressed, I realized that her mission might be different from the 7 of us. She added, this is just my guess. It is 30% based on inferences and 70% on intuition. Of course, I don't know what her mission was. It is because one night, before the 7 of us completed our task, she was killed by the guests of the underground kingdom. The guards dragged her terrible corpse to us and warned us that this was what would happen if we tried to escape. Tang Mo realized. Her task was to break out of the prison. Maybe that's it. I can't be sure. Chen Shanshan said, the prison is full of many crises. In the end, the 7 of us successfully cleared the first floor of the Black Tower. The moment we killed the strange prisoner, we were sent back to Earth. If her mission was to escape, our mission was too simple in comparison. On this basis, I can speculate that our task was for the Black Tower's first floor while the jailbreak task is probably for the Black Tower's second floor. Luo Fengqing sawed, in the end, it is unsure if the female player had already cleared a floor of the Black Tower. But she was the most powerful of the 8 players, whether it was intelligence, judgment, decision-making or ability. Tang Mo, Shanshan's speculation that the same tower attack game can have different level players is just a speculation. You can listen casually. Tang Mo thought for a while before saying, I believe in this speculation. Luo Fengqing smiled. I also believe it. The little girl lying in bed heard her teacher and respected big brother confirm her own judgment. She slightly smiled and hid the pain of losing a friend deep in her heart. Tang Mo asked, there is still another key point. Chen Shanshan regained her spirit and continued, this matter I am certain of. When I left the tower attack game, the Black Tower asked me a question. It asked me if I wanted to continue attacking the tower. I chose no, then it said that within 3 months, players can go to the Black Tower in various areas and choose to attack the Black Tower. If players don't attack the tower within 3 months, they will be forcibly pulled into the tower attack game. You can choose to attack the tower. This matter was even more shocking to Tang Mo. Chen Shanshan nodded. Yes. According to the Black Tower's words, a player can take the initiative to attack the Black Tower at any time. Otherwise, if the player can only passively attack the tower, they can't control the opportunities. If they don't attack the Black Tower in 3 months, they will be forced to enter the attack tower game. Luo Fengqing went on to say, it says that players can go to the Black Towers in various districts to attack the tower. Therefore, Tang Mo. Luo Fengqing looked at Tang Mo, I will wait for Jack and the little fatty to come back from Puxi. Then we will know if the players can take the initiative to attack the tower. Chen Shanshan's return brought 2 important news. First, there might be different level players in the same tower attack game. Second, players can actively open the tower attack game. Tang Mo was more concerned about the actively open the tower attack game. For any player, no one would want to enter a dangerous tower attack game. Even the easy mode of the tower attack game had many deaths. Before the passing of 3 months, few players would choose to actively enter the tower attack game. Why did the Black Tower give players this option? Unless choosing to enter the tower attack game was better than being forced to enter. This advantage. Tang Mo suddenly thought of the real key point and he turned to Luo Fengqing. Luo Fengqing was also watching him. Luo Fengqing saw the sudden realization on Tang Mo's face and asked, you understood so quickly. Before you came back, I discussed it with Shanshan. Normal players aren't willing to take the initiative to enter the tower attack game unless there is an advantage. There are 2 possibilities. The first one is when you actively entered the tower attack game, you can choose the game content, game difficulty, so on. This possibility is very low. The Black Tower would never give a player a choice. The other possibility is that. Tang Mo calmly spoke. The players who take the initiative to enter the tower attack game can choose their own teammate. Tang Mo stayed in the infirmary for a while. Now he planned to go and recover from his injuries, while carefully thinking about the 2 pieces of important information he learned today. As he was leaving, Luo Fengqing said, you are injured. Do you need Liz to help you treat the wounds? Tang Mo shook his head. They are small injuries. There is no need to go to the trouble. Luo Fengqing didn't insist. Just as Tang Mo was about to go out, the little girl's voice was heard. That's right, there is good news. Tang Mo and Luo Fengqing turned to her. On the hospital bed, the always calm girl blinked. She showed a rare expression of joy appropriate for her age. Brother Tang, teacher, that I became an official player. Tang Yemo and Luo Fengcheng were startled. A long time ago, in the game where Tang Yemo first met Luo Fengcheng, the game boss had told them, reserve players can also become official players as long as they complete a Black Tower game. This matter had long been forgotten by Tang Yemo. It had been 2 months since the Earth went online and Tang Yemo had never seen a reserve player become an official player. Perhaps the big mole had lied and reserve players couldn't turn into official players. Now Qin Shanshan told them that she had become an official player. The game that the reserve players needed to complete wasn't a Black Tower game, but the Black Tower attack game. Tang Yemo understood this truth and didn't know if he should laugh or cry. All official players had an ability. Luo Fengcheng was most concerned about what ability Qin Shanshan acquired. Qin Shanshan also wondered about this. She didn't feel like she had acquired a power. She couldn't move objects or becoming bigger. After becoming an official player, there was no difference from when she was a regular player. Tang Yemo hinted, perhaps your ability is subtle. For example, an enhanced self-healing ability or an increase in brain power. Luo Fengcheng and Qin Shanshan started thinking. Tang Yemo left the infirmary. He quickly found his usual business car. After entering the car, he took out his abilities book and flipped it to the 5th page. Under the dim light of a flashlight, small black lines of words appeared. Tang Mo's eyes were focused on the second line. Owner. Qin Shanshan, reserve player. Tang Yemo stared at this line and the words gradually became, owner. Qin Shanshan, official player, it really changed. Tang Yemo looked carefully at the other words on the page. Apart from the owner line, Qin Shanshan's ability hadn't changed. Qin Shanshan cleared a Black Tower floor, so her ability level must have increased compared to 2 months ago. Tang Yemo also felt it in his contact with her. Her thinking had become more agility, her analytical ability improved and the integration of information was more powerful. However, in Tang Mo's book, Qin Shanshan's ability was still at level 3 and hadn't changed. It may be that her ability level hasn't changed, or maybe after I collected her ability, the ability no longer has anything to do with her. Even if her ability is enhanced, my gathered ability won't change. Tang Yemo thought that the second possibility was more likely. If Tang Mo's collected abilities could grow with the growth of the owner, this abilities book was too big of a golden finger. It would almost be like a bug. Tang Yemo wasn't greedy. He thought for a while before gently closing the abilities book. But as he was closing the book, he suddenly became surprised. Tang Yemo opened the book again and turned to the last page. Ability. Look at my pure big eyes. Owner. Xing Feng, official player, type. Special type, function. Have a face that looks harmless to humans and animals. The words and actions are easily recognized by others. The temperament of the player will change the longer the ability is used. Even if the ability isn't used, the face will look harmless to humans and animals. Level 2, restrictions. When using the ability, you need to look in the target's eyes for at least 5 seconds. Remark. Hello, look at me. Big blue eyes, bling bling. Tang Yemo version usage instructions. Can only be used once a day. You need to have eye contact with the target for at least 10 seconds. The change in player temperament will take twice as long. I know that Tang Yemo wants to look at other people for a long time. Now he finally has a reason to. Tang Yemo slammed the book shut. He looked at this cheap abilities book and finally understood why his patience was so good with Xing Feng in the Iron Shoemaker's reality instance. After Tang Yemo entered the instance, Xing Feng basically didn't tell him the truth. Tang Yemo didn't know that the 2 previous players were killed by Xing Feng, but according to Tang Mo's normal nature, his tolerance for pig teammates had fallen to the bottom after the Pinocchio instance. Xing Feng clearly didn't state the rules of the game several times. Tang Mo should have taken a knife to his throat and forced him to either speak or die. But Tang Mo didn't do that. It was because of this ability. The ability, look at my pure big eyes, made the user look harmless so they could easily gain the trust of others. He could make himself convincing without using an ability. It was because this was in subtle influence. Chen Shanshan's ability was to continuously improve her intelligence, letting her become more intelligent. Xing Feng's ability was constantly changing his temperament, making him look more and more harmless. Even if you don't use the ability, he would be more believable than other people. Perhaps he relied on this to kill the previous players. Xing Feng was an official player while Fu Wenduo was a stowaway. From a certain point of view, the Black Tower really liked messing with people. Tang Mo thought this and opened the book again, turning to the page with this ability. His finger rubbed lightly over the change in temperament line. This ability is still a mandatory ability and I can't choose to give it up. Tang Mo whispered. He didn't know what this change in temperament meant and if it would change his appearance. But Tang Mo thought that after a long time, other people would see him as truly harmless. He felt cold. He preferred to speak directly with his strength, rather than play like a pig while actually be a tiger. Of course, it was good if this ability could make him more low-key. Tang Mo was still satisfied. After a night's rest, Tang Mo came to the infirmary. Luo Fengcheng looked solemnly at him. Shanshan can't strengthen her physique. Tang Mo turned to look with surprise. In the hospital bed, the wounded little girl was holding a small shining star in her hand. Tang Mo saw this star and remembered. In the Christmas Eve instance half a month ago, Chen Shanshan and Xiao Feifei had entered the game with the Christmas tree branch. They failed the Christmas Eve instance, yet they could use the Christmas tree branch to enhance this physical fitness. As if aware of Tang Mo's thoughts, Luo Fengcheng said, "Originally, I also thought that this Christmas tree branch couldn't be used. But last night, Shanshan's branch turned into a white star and flew to her. Just like with us, the star shone and wanted to enhance her physique as a Christmas present. But it failed. The star is still an star and Chen Shanshan's physical fitness hasn't been strengthened." Tang Mo recalled a sentence he read in the abilities book last night. Ability. Super intelligent thinking. Restrictions. The upper limit of the judgment accuracy is 50% and physical improvements is 0%. She possessed super intelligence but abandoned all strength. Tang Mo was silent for a moment as he looked at the little girl in the bed. He went over and whispered, "There is a gain for a loss. Since this weak point can't be made up, you should play to your strengths." Luo Fengcheng and Chen Shanshan were surprised when they heard his words. The two people looked thoughtfully at Tang Mo and didn't say anything. Luo Fengcheng and Tang Mo soon left the infirmary. Luo Fengcheng said, "I will let you know when Jack comes back." Good. They waited for 2 days. At noon on January 6, Jack, Zhao Xiang and Tang Qiao rushed back to the mall. Luo Fengcheng sent Jack to find Tang Mo. Tang Mo entered the office and only saw Zhao Xiang and Jack. Luo Fengcheng explained, "Tang Qiao and another member were injured and are now being treated by Liz. This time, we are gathered here to complete the agreement and let the little fatty tell you what happened in the assembly instance." Secondly. Tang Mo, it is as Chen Shanshan said. Players can now choose to enter the tower attack game. Tang Mo was slightly startled. Next, Zhao Xiang told Tang Mo what happened when the 4 people entered the banana pub assembly instance. As Tang Mo guessed before, different players would encounter tasks with a different difficult. The strength of the little fatties group was absolutely high in Shanghai. Their mission was to make wine for the banana pub to help complete this year's Banana Wine Festival. The Banana Wine Festival was an annual event in the Underground Kingdom. It made the banana pub a household name in the Underground Kingdom. Many people from the countryside and monsters from the Monster Kingdom would go to Banana Pub to taste this most delicious and famous wine. The banana pub held a banana wine festival every year. Most players received the task of mixing into the banana wine festival and becoming guests. Some of the more powerful players, like the attack members, received the task of making wine for the banana pub or to destroy the banana wine festival. In the end, the 4 people in Jack's group tried and finally brewed real banana wine. The main material of banana wine is human blood. Monsters and the underground people like to eat players. Therefore, they really like to drink human blood. Zhao Zian was pale when he talked about this cruel game. The underground people throw all types of limbs into the barrel to make wine. The human limbs are curved like bananas. This is banana wine. After talking about the assembly instance, Jack said, when we left Puxi, we heard a rumor that players could choose to enter the Black Tower on their own. Tang Qiao said that this was very important and we decided to look at the situation. We left the assembly instance early this morning and stayed at the Black Tower. At 6 in the morning, we saw 3 players walking up the Black Tower and then they disappeared. They should have just entered the Black Tower to play the tower attack game. Jack said that players could take the initiative to enter the Black Tower. But more importantly, the 3 players went in together. Tang Yimou asked. Jack didn't understand why Tang Yimou asked this question. He scratched his head and nodded. Luo Fengcheng looked at Tang Yimou. I intend to go to Puxi with Jack tomorrow to inquire about the situation. The Black Tower is located in Puxi, so the Puxi players should know more news. He was inviting Tang Yimou and Tang Yimou was also interested. But just as he was about to speak, a loud and clear child's voice was heard in his mind. Ding dong. China Zone 2's official player Tang Yimou has reached the 2nd level of the Black Tower. In 5 days, be prepared to attack the tower. Tang Mo's expression froze on his face. Jack and the little fatty didn't find anything strange. They just looked at him stupidly, waiting for him to respond. Luo Fengcheng looked at Tang Mo's expression and slowly narrowed his eyes. After a long while, he asked, "What's wrong?" The child's gloating voice broadcasted 3 times in Tang Mo's mind. Like 2 months ago, the Black Tower happily informed Tang Mo that he was going to attack the tower. However, the time limit was 5 days instead of 10. After the sound stopped, Tang Mo turned his head and looked at the Luo Fengcheng trio. There was a trace of concern and alertness in Luo Fengcheng's eyes, while Jack and the little fatty were purely concerned. Tang Mo sighed and helplessly smiled. You go first. I will go again in a few days. I was told by the Black Tower that I have to attack the tower. Tang Mo did 3 things in the 5-day preparation period. First, he prepared some weapons. After the events in Monster Valley, Tang Mo had a deeper understand of the monster's level in the Black Tower. With his present strength, he wasn't Grandmother Wolf's opponent. He needed to prepare more weapons. For example, prepare some hidden weapons for emergency use like Xing Feng. The second thing was that he needed to improve his strength. Strength wasn't just collecting more abilities and enhancing his body level. Good abilities were difficult to collect and Tang Mo wasn't able to collect the little fatty's ability. As for enhancing his physique, it wasn't urgent. What he really needed to do right now was improve his combat strength. After the battle with the shoe polish wolves, Tang Mo clearly realized that pure power wasn't enough. He had a strong physique but it was like a child holding a big knife and waving it casually. It wasn't coherent. He once fought with Fu Wenduo in the underground parking lot. Tang Mo knew that Fu Wenduo intentionally gave him the initiative. Otherwise, Tang Mo could never be Fu Wenduo's level when it came to fighting. In the attack organization, only Tang Qiao was trained in boxing. But she was currently injured and couldn't teach Tang Mo. Moreover, she was only at an amateur level. There weren't many things that she could teach Tang Mo when her physical level was much worse. Tang Mo thought of Fu Wenduo. Tang Mo looked at the shoes on his feet and decided to go to Fu Wenduo. He didn't find the man. Fu Wenduo seemed to have disappeared. After that night, Tang Mo hadn't seen him again. Luo Fengqing said that he and Fu Wenduo had reached an agreement. After the four people left the assembly instance, their information was supposed to be told to Fu Wenduo. But the attack organization failed to find him in the mall. Fu Wenduo had left the mall, and maybe. Did he enter the tower attack game? Tang Mo thought of this possibility, took out the turkey egg and tapped it 3 times. The white turkey egg flashed with a faint light and Tang Mo whispered, "Fu." Then his voice stopped. There was an intense metal collision sound from the other end of the turkey egg. Then it sounded like something heavy fell to the ground. A second later, there was a violent impact sound. In the midst of the sounds of fighting, Fu Wenduo's surprised voice was heard. "Tang Mo." He spoke quickly but his voice wasn't anxious. Tang Mo thought for a moment. "Are you in a tower attack game?" Fu Wenduo confirmed it. "Yes." "Then I won't bother you. Tell me if you have a need to use the archiver." "Okay." The short call ended. Tang Mo had sought Fu Wenduo for 2 purposes. The first purpose was to ask the other person to teach him some fighting skills and improve his strength. The second purpose was related to his third attack tower preparation. He wanted to invite Fu Wenduo to attack the tower together. Tang Mo made this decision after careful consideration. The Pinocchio instance and Iron Shoemaker instance proved that the difficulty of the game would increase when he played with Fu Wenduo. The latter instance wasn't obvious but the former was confirmed. And in the game, the 2 people's archiver could only be used once. But Tang Mo still made this decision. It was because a good teammate was more important than the difficulty of the game. Tang Mo had to admit that he and Fu Wenduo had a very tacit understanding. When they cooperated, they unconditionally trusted each other and could achieve the maximum benefits. This tacit understanding was very rare. Tang Mo was notified by the Black Tower to attack the tower. He speculated that with Fu Wenduo's strength, he would have also received the notice. Unexpectedly, Fu Wenduo acted first and entered the game. Well, it is good. If I don't go with him then at least the game should be simpler. Tang Mo thought. The next night, Tang Mo learnt about the way to attack the tower from Luo Fengqing. Now players can actively open the tower attack game. When the player walks under the Black Tower and chooses to attack the tower in their mind, the Black Tower will give a prompt. It will determine whether you will enter the game and if you will enter in a team. He paused and looked at Tang Mo. "When do you plan to attack the tower and will you have teammates?" Tang Mo replied, "Tomorrow and I will have no teammates." Luo Fengqing said, "At present, attack strength isn't enough and it is a bit risky to rashly attack the tower. I am going to let them prepare and then go to the tower again in February." He was telling Tang Mo that attack couldn't help him this time. Okay. Tang Mo didn't intend to invite the members of attack to attack the tower with him. He was attacking the Black Tower's 2nd floor while the members could only attack the 1st floor. No one knew what type of task would be encountered if they teamed up to attack the tower. Perhaps the existence of Tang Mo would increase the difficulty of the others and they would harm each other. Luo Fengqing stared at Tang Mo and suddenly smiled. Live. A certain individual had said similar words the first time Tang Mo was forced to attack the tower. Now that he heard these words again, his mind couldn't help thinking of that man's face that he didn't know how Fu Wenduo was now. Tang Mo said with a smile, "Yes, I will live." The next day, Tang Mo came to Puxi. He stood and looked at the Black Tower in the distance. As the sun set, Huangpu River shone. Tang Mo looked casual but he had 4 knives tied to his leg, while he carried 2 daggers and a gun. He stood in front of the Black Tower and looked up, ready to attack the tower. At this moment, a loud voice rang out. Ding dong! China District 2's stowaway, Fu Wenduo has successfully cleared the 2nd floor of the Black Tower. Tang Mo was slightly surprised. After a while, he laughed and whispered to himself, he didn't even use the archiver to pass. I should have no problem. The Black Tower had just finished its broadcast when it spoke again after 3 seconds. Ding dong. Europe District 1's official player Lena Joffos has successfully cleared the second floor of the Black Tower. At this time, Tang Mo had already chosen to enter the tower attack game in his mind. He didn't have time to feel surprised at this announcement as the familiar Black Tower's voice rang in his head. Ding dong. The Black Tower's second floor, normal mode, is officially opened. The multiplayer game is loading. Sandbox is being generated. Sandbox loading complete. Teammate information is loading. Welcome to the Jewel Castle of the Queen of Hearts. A dazzling white light flashed in Tang Mo's eyes. When he opened his eyes again, he was in a dark corridor. This is a medieval European style corridor. One side of the corridor was made of tall stained glass. Through the thick glass, a red heart-shaped moon hung in the sky. The other side of the corridor had a variety of paintings from Renaissance masters. Holbein's The Darmstadt Madonna, Raphael's The Beautiful Gardener and many other lost or treasured paintings hung on the walls of this corridor. The moment Tang Mo opened his eyes, he gripped the pink parasol. He was wary of an attack but the surroundings were calm. He looked around and his eyes stopped on 2 people. A young woman dressed in a white collar shirt was leaning against the wall and rubbing her eyes. Tang Mo looked at the other side. On one side of the corridor, 3 meters away from Tang Mo, a baby-faced man was leaning against the stained glass, smiling at Tang Mo. Red moonlight shone through the window, showing a variegated color on his face. He stared at Tang Mo and the smile on his face became more brilliant when he found Tang Mo looking at him. He slowly tilted his head and raised his right hand in a gun shape, pointing at Tang Mo. Bang! Tang Mo narrowed his eyes. The baby-faced young man was still staring at him with a smile, his body seeming to blend in with the red moonlight. The white-collared woman finally understood. She looked at Tang Mo and the baby-faced youth, focusing above their heads for a moment. The woman took a deep breath to calm down and said, "You should have heard the Black Tower say that the teammate information is loading. Then I will confirm it now. Are you my teammates? The author has something to say. Old fool. I will give a bad review. Why am I not my wife's teammate? Tang Tang. Old Fu cleared the game without using the archiver. I'm sure there will be no problem. A flag has been planted. Socially distant. Hee, I'm just looking and not talking. Wait, who are you? Chapter 56. You are listening at novelfull.audio. Tang Mo looked at the head of the white-collared woman and then the head of the baby-faced youth. He withdrew his gaze and didn't speak, but he didn't deny it. The white-collared woman said that Tang Mo was agreeing and looked at the baby-faced youth. This tall and thin young man had been leaning against the window since the beginning. He stood up, grinning at Tang Mo and the white-collared woman. His slovenly appearance caused the white-collared woman to frown and say, "Now we all have this symbol above our heads. It isn't an accident and we should be teammates." Do you know? Tang Mo looked at the white-collared woman. She took the initiative to say, "My surname is Wang." She finished and looked at Tang Mo. In every multiplayer game that Tang Mo experienced after the Earth went online, the teammates would introduce themselves in the beginning to gain a mutual understanding. Multiplayer games generally required cooperation, which meant a closer relationship. At first, these players would seriously introduce themselves and not be too careful about their identities. As time went by, the players that Tang Mo met became more and more suspicious. They would never divulge too much information. He didn't expect this female to start talking about her name, even if it was just her surname and not anything else. This was a player who reached the first floor of the tower. Tang Mo thought about it and originally wanted to say that his surname was Mo. Then he thought about how Fu Wenduo once said that players who previously passed the Black Tower's first floor knew that there was a person called Momo, who cleared the game in hard mode. Tang Yimo paused for a moment before saying, "My surname is Zhao." He casually took the name of the little fatty to impersonate. The white-collared woman nodded and looked at the baby-faced youth. In the empty corridor, the three people were standing closer. They were standing in an equilateral triangle. Tang Yimo stood in the middle of the corridor while the white-collared woman's back was to the paintings. The baby-faced youth was leaning against the stained glass window. He saw that the two people were looking at him and slightly raised his eyes. He said with a smile, "Bruce." The white-collared woman was surprised. "You are a foreigner." There were many foreign players currently in China. There was two in the attack organization, Jack and Liz. Many foreigners were in China at the beginning of the game. The incident happened too suddenly and they couldn't return to their homes in a short time. They could only carry out the games in China. It was just that the baby-faced youth didn't look like a foreigner and his Mandarin was very pure. The baby-faced youth smiled strangely at the white-collared woman, not answering her question. Tang Yimo followed his line of sight. He saw that there was a hand-crafted 3D relief above the wall full of famous oil paintings. The fine patterns and carving techniques made a small black bat, whose thin wings were open and hanging on top of the wall. The bat was palm-sized, hung there quietly. Tang Yimo looked at it and felt a chill go from head to toe. Whoosh! The small eyes of the bat suddenly seemed to move to Tang Yimo. Tang Yimo immediately looked back but found that it seemed to be his own illusion. This was still a stone sculpture with no life. After observing for a while, Tang Yimo shifted his gaze to the baby-faced youth. He lightly asked, "Bruce Wayne?" The baby-faced youth pretended to be surprised. "Do you know me?" His acting was even worse than the Iron Shoemaker. He might as well have "I am acting" drawn on his face. The white-collared woman didn't react to this familiar name. Her eyes were on Tang Yimo and the baby-faced youth as she wondered, "You know him?" In a three-person team, it was necessary for her to be more vigilant if the other two teammates knew each other. It was because the two men could team up against her at any time. Tang Yimo stared coldly at this baby-faced youth. "Batman." The baby-faced youth laughed. "You also know my nickname." Even if he didn't speak his real name, directly using Batman's name to tease people was too blatant and crazy. The white-collared woman reacted to this and was obviously very unhappy about being played. She stared coldly at the baby-faced youth. "We don't need to be friends, but we are currently teammates." She pointed at everyone's heads. There was a small green pattern suspended 3 centimeters above the heads of the three people. It was the figure of a small person with both hands open in a hugging gesture. This was a common friendly emoji before the Earth went online. Tang Yimo also used it many times. The three people had this symbol above their heads. In addition, there was the Black Tower's prompt about the teammate information is loading before entering the game. In all likelihood, the three people were teammates. The white-collared woman lowered her hand and continued. "Since everyone has no desire to know each other, let's play the game directly." Tang Yimo didn't refuse this suggestion. The baby-faced youth called Bruce just watched them with a smile. He never gave advice. Perhaps the "look at my pure big eyes" played a role. The woman looked at Tang Yimo and didn't think he had any outstanding points. The three people didn't want to waste time. The white-collared woman directly gave an order. "At present, we didn't give a Black Tower mission, but we can't sit still. Let's leave this corridor first. There are 3 ways to get out." She pointed to the left. "There is a door." Then she pointed to the right. "And another door here." Finally, she looked behind the baby-faced youth. "Or we can break out through the window." "Of course, if we can break the wall then that is also possible." But I will suggest that we check if these two doors can be opened and then make a choice. What do you think? No matter what angle he thought from, leaving the corridor was the correct solution. Breaking the window and going out or breaking the wall might cause some bad results. Tang Yamo nodded. Then we will check the two doors together. In the dangerous tower attack game, no player wanted to act alone. Acting separately was a death flag in horror movies. Perhaps as the player arrived at the door, they would encounter a horrible monster and would be swallowed. The white-collared woman looked at the baby-faced youth. I'm not against it. The baby-faced youth said. The white-collared woman nodded slightly. She walked to the left side and said, then let's look at the left door first. Bang! A sudden crashing sound was heard and the whole corridor shook. The white-collared woman was startled and didn't finish her words. Her wide eyes looked around. Tang Yamo was also startled as he looked at the baby-faced youth. This time he was unprepared and frightened by the youth's sudden action. In the red moonlight, the baby-faced youth retracted the fist that had smashed into the window. He had a nasty smile on his face as he said, well, it seems that the window isn't broken. We can go through the doors. The white-collared woman stared at him and couldn't say anything for a long time. Tang Yamo slowly pursed his lips and stared at the baby-faced youth with a complicated expression. The white-collared woman soon cried out angrily, going out through the window is the worst choice. We should first see if we can go through the doors before trying the window. Will you take responsibility if you broke the window and caused a bad result? The baby-faced youth asked, is there a bad result? The woman-collared woman, you. Tang Yamo asked, did you try your best to smash the window? The baby-faced youth was grinning at the woman's anger, seeming to find her very interesting. Once he heard Tang Mo's words, he turned his head. He saw that Tang Mo was looking at him with no expression, not showing any anger. He stared at Tang Mo for a long time before stepping to the door on the left. I used all my strength. The baby-faced youth walked in the front and the woman could only follow since she wanted to complete the game. Tang Mo walked at the rear of the three people. He looked at the baby-faced youth's head from behind. This man walked in a frivolous manner and seemed unreliable. But the result of his fist smashing into the window caused the whole corridor to shake. A very powerful person. Tang Mo judged deep in his heart while placing the baby-faced youth in the extremely dangerous area. Luo Fengqing said that in the games, pig teammates weren't the worst thing. The most terrible thing was the smart and powerful teammates. The more powerful the teammate, the more damage they could inflict. Tang Yamo thought again, this is the tower attack game. Losing means death. No one should take it as a joke. At any rate, he would be keeping a close eye on the baby-faced youth. Tang Yamo walked to the window and quietly pressed a hand against the stained glass. He didn't slow down as his fingers pressed hard against the glass. The glass was more rigid and tougher than he imagined. This piece of glass could shake from the previous punch, the strength of the baby-faced youth couldn't be underestimated. The three of them didn't speak again. The baby-faced youth walked to the left side door and directly pulled the door handle. It was for the best that someone was willing to do this dangerous thing. Tang Mo and the white-collared woman watched silently. The baby-faced youth pressed a bit. The door was firmly locked and couldn't be opened. The white-collared woman suggested, let's try the other door. The three of them walked to the door on the right. This time, there was a clear unlocking sound as the baby-faced youth pressed on the door handle. He made a surprised sound but Tang Mo felt that the youth wasn't surprised at all. There was a trace of joy in his voice. He seemed to be looking forward to what would happen once the door was opened. The baby-faced youth turned his head and asked, should I open the door? The white-collared woman replied, wait a minute. In order to prevent anything bad from opening when we open the door, we should open it a bit further away. The three people unanimously agreed to this suggestion. After walking a meter away from the door, the baby-faced youth smiled. I like doing these types of things. He raised his foot and kicked the door open with a bang. The red wooden door was kicked open and a longer and more ornate corridor appeared in front of them. The white-collared woman walked forward and observed carefully. There is nothing. You can come over. Tang Mo and the baby-faced youth walked together through the door, entering the wider and tall corridor that contained the woman. Tang Mo's voice was calm as he seemed to ask casually, what do you like doing? Kicking open doors. Of course it is kicking open the doors. Otherwise, what were you thinking? The baby-faced youth laughed. Tang Mo didn't speak. The trio had just entered the corridor when there was a bang and the red door shut. The white-collared woman hurriedly wanted to open the door again, but the handle wouldn't move. At this moment, a loud child's voice rang in the corridor. Ding dong. Triggered the branch task. Arrive at the glass greenhouse within 10 minutes. The author has something to say. Tang tang. Snake essence. I can see how this type of person can be a stowaway. Why am I on a team with this type of snake essence person? Why am I not on a team with Old Fu? Old Fu. Hashtag today I am once again only in the small theater hashtag. Chapter 57. You are listening at novelfull.audio. This door can't be opened anymore. If we want to go to the glass greenhouse, we can only go forward. The white-collared woman spoke quickly. There is a 10-minute time limit, go quickly. The three of them sped up and quickly passed through this magnificent corridor. The Black Tower's mission came too abruptly and there was a very short time limit. 10 minutes was a very subtle number and no one could say whether it was long or short. It was because they didn't know where the glass greenhouse was. If the greenhouse was far from the corridor, they certainly needed to hurry up. If the corridor was the greenhouse, they could observe the environment slowly. In any case, the Black Tower's prompt told the players that there is definitely a way to reach the glass greenhouse in 10 minutes. Tang Mo was moving at the rear of the team. The white-collared woman had taken control of the team's leadership from the beginning and she walked in the forefront. Tang Mo ran forward while quietly observing the actions of the baby-faced youth. It was in order to stop him from doing something like punching the window again. But the baby-faced youth didn't do anything abnormal along the way. The three people crossed the corridor, pushed open the door and entered a dark room. They suddenly entered darkness. Tang Mo grasped the handle of the small parasol and watched for any unknown dangers in the darkness. The three people stood still and didn't move. After 2 seconds, Tang Mo and the white-collared woman pulled out flashlights and turned them on. The white-collared woman said, "It seems to be an ordinary bedroom." She used the flashlight and illuminated every corner of the room. It was a European-style princess room with lace window curtains and a round princess bed, a plush carpet spread on the floor. A dressing table was placed in a corner of the room, 3 small feather fans inserted into a small cylinder on the dressing table. One had red dyed feathers, one had green dyed feathers and one was strangely dyed bright purple. After the three of them observed the room, Tang Mo shone the flashlight behind him. He saw it. There isn't a door. The white-collared woman hastened towards him and saw that there was a white wardrobe behind the three of them. She exclaimed, "Didn't we just open a door to enter?" Tang Mo pulled at the wardrobe. He used 70% of his strength but couldn't open the wardrobe door. He calmly said, "I once encountered a problem of space-time chaos in a game. We just opened a small door and entered the bedroom, now the door is gone and has become this wardrobe. Perhaps in this game, we need to pay attention to the problem of space." The white-collared woman nodded. "Okay. It has been 2 minutes. We need to find the glass greenhouse." Tang Mo followed as the white-collared woman continued to move forward. His flashlight moved around the room, illuminating the baby-faced youth. Tang Mo's eyes flashed across his face and saw that the baby-faced youth was looking at him meaningfully, revealing a strange smile. Tang Mo's expression didn't change as he continued to go forward. They left the bedroom and arrived at a strange tunnel. Tang Mo looked back at the door of the bedroom they had just gone through. His eyes narrowed. Sure enough, the door has disappeared. The woman also looked back. This space game does have some problems, but it might be because the glass greenhouse is in a distant location. With our speed, we might not get there in 10 minutes under normal circumstances. Thus the game would change the space and shorten the distance. This guess had a hint of truth. Tang Mo wanted to point out the loophole, but the woman said, "Come on, there are only 5 minutes and 32 seconds left." Tang Mo was slightly stunned and followed. This woman's sense of time was too strong. Perhaps due to time constraints, the three people moved down this road without any more disputes or discussions. If they encountered a problem, they would speak their guess as quickly as possible before hurrying forward. The baby-faced youth didn't speak. He just followed Tang Mo and the white woman while smiling. When Tang Mo and the woman discussed a problem, he listened like he was interested. But when the two of them looked at him, the baby-faced youth wouldn't give them any response. He just smiled strangely. This tunnel was much longer than the two corridors they encountered before. In the dark and narrow tunnel, a small brazier was hung on both sides of the wall in 10-meter intervals. Dim flames faintly flickered on both sides of the tunnel. Tang Mo walked at the end of the team and watched the small braziers on both sides. The small black braziers were engraved with strange curves. There wasn't a pattern, just these strange curves. The curves on each brazier was different, as if the craftsmen just drew as they liked and there were no rules to follow. The brazier in this tunnel doesn't need to be carved with beautiful patterns. No one will see it. Tang Mo thought. Suddenly. Ah! I love this. A loud voice echoed in the narrow corridor, causing the woman to jump with fright. She turned around and cried out, "What are you doing?" Tang Mo had already prepared for all sorts of actions from the baby-faced youth. He stared coldly at the other person as the baby-faced youth reached out and touched a small brazier on the wall. The black brazier was hot from the flames. When the baby-faced youth touched it, a sizzling sound entered Tang Mo and the woman's ears. The baby-faced youth didn't seem to feel the heat or the pain. He smiled and touched the brazier, his finger moving over the curved patterns. "Isn't this like a heart?" Tang Mo looked at this small brazier. This small brazier had a crooked curve. Perhaps it was unintentionally, but after this curve was bent, it vaguely looked like a little love shape. It was just that the last stroke wasn't good, making the love shape miss a part. The baby-faced youth touched it a few times before retracting his hand. The speed of his hand was very fast, but Tang Mo's sharp eyes noticed that his hand was intact and wasn't burnt at all. He said regretfully, "It is a pity that this heart wasn't finished. Do you think it is implying something about the game?" The baby-faced youth suddenly turned to look at Tang Mo. Tang Mo was calm and didn't speak to him. He smiled and looked at the woman. An unfinished expression of love, it might represent a love with no ending. The woman, "You are sick." The baby-faced youth wasn't angry when he was scolded. He just laughed. The woman no longer paid attention to him and took the time to move forward. The baby-faced youth also followed. Tang Mo carefully observed the youth for a while before looking at the brazier's patterns again. This time, he no longer merely observed the curves. He started to pay attention to the graphics formed by these curves. A heart pattern was purely a coincidence and Tang Mo didn't see any similar special patterns. But the more he looked at these intricate curves, the more a sense of familiarity filled his mind. His gaze was fixed on these curves and couldn't be removed. The sense of familiarity was so strong that Tang Mo couldn't think about what it was. The trio walked for 3 minutes and still hadn't left this tunnel. Just then, a strange laugh was heard above their heads. Tang Mo immediately clenched his small parasol, while the woman and the baby-faced youth looked above them. There was the sound of spluttering flames in the narrow tunnel, and Tang Mo continued to search the top of the tunnel. He soon saw something. "What is that?" The woman was surprised. She looked to the side and said again, "There is another one." At the top of the tunnel, there were two small crow statues hanging on both sides of the wall. Once the woman found the two stone statues, one of the crows unexpectedly spoke. "Charles, have you heard that the Queen once again seized an underground person and threw him into Gem Corridor?" "Dear Reed, what makes you think that you are more well-informed than your older brother?" "Of course I know. The Queen of Hearts seized a dirty and smell underground man and threw him into her favorite Gem Corridor. I also know that the underground man has become a statue. Just like you and me, the underground people who can't find the exit of the corridor will become stone statues and become a decoration of the Queen of Hearts' beautiful gem castle." The other stone statue, Reed said, "Dear Charles, you are only 1 minute ahead of me. Don't call yourself my older brother again. It makes me sick. But dear Reed, even when it came to turning into a crow statue, I changed 3 seconds earlier than you. So I will always be your older brother." "This is awful." The two crows screamed together and laughed. They seemed to be competing over who was louder. Once this lasted for a moment, one of the crows asked, "Dear Charles, do you think these 3 humans will also become stone statues?" "There are a few people in the world who can get out of the gem corridor, such as that little girl. I think they will become bug statues, like that big bug outside the castle." Big bug outside the castle. Tang Mo thought about how the big mole once said there was a bug on the 2nd floor of the Black Tower. The Iron Shoemaker also said that the unique poison used by Xing Feng was from the 2nd floor of the Black Tower. Was the gem castle of the Queen of Hearts located on the Black Tower's 2nd floor? This was the same as the floor number he was attacking. The woman and the baby-faced youth, were they also attacking the 2nd floor of the Black Tower? Not good, there are only 45 seconds left. The woman suddenly shouted loudly. Tang Mo's heart tightened. Just now, the crow statues had suddenly spoke and the 3 of them stopped moving. Now there were only dozens of seconds left. The 3 people no longer thought about others. Tang Mo rushed to the small wooden door at the end of the tunnel at the fastest speed. He kicked the door open and hadn't yet entered. A black shadow rushed through the door right after he kicked it open. Then Tang Mo ran in and he was followed by the woman. She ran the slowest but also successfully left the tunnel. Once the 3 people left the tunnel, a loud voice was heard in their ears. "Ding dong! The branch mission, arrive at the glass greenhouse within 10 minutes has been completed. Ding dong! Triggered branch mission 2. Find the moon flower that loves to lie. The author has something to say. Tang tang. There is no comparison, no beauty. I feel that old Fu is very good, a good Chinese teammate. Old Fu, did I need a comparison to be beautiful?" Chapter 58. You are listening at novelfull.audio. The branch mission was completed so easily. At the end of the time limit, Tang Mo and the other 2 entered the glass greenhouse at their fastest speed. Now that the task was complete, all 3 of them were a bit tired. They rested and breathed smoothly, waiting until their bodies calmed down. Then Tang Mo raised his head and looked around. This was a 12-sided glass greenhouse. The transparent dome covered a spacious and clean greenhouse. Golden sunlight shone through the glass, illuminating the growing flowers in the greenhouse. There was no one else in the quiet greenhouse, but it seemed like they could hear the chirps of the birds. It was quiet and beautiful here. After Tang Mo rested, he discussed things with the woman and the baby-faced youth. The 3 of them decided to split up to separately investigate the greenhouse. There were countless flowers in the greenhouse. The room wasn't too big, but it was densely packed with flowers. The flowers were very large. A red rose was the size of Tang Mo's face while another morning glory was actually the size of his palm. The trio split up to look through the glass greenhouse. The white-collared woman said, "I haven't found anything strange. It looks like an ordinary greenhouse. In addition, I deliberately looked for the moon flower that loves to lie. At present, we don't know what the moon flower looks like. But in this greenhouse, every flower is an earth flower and there are no moon flowers. Of course, perhaps the moon flower is a nickname for a black tower flower. It isn't certain." Tang Yamo nodded. "I also haven't found anything related to the moon flower." The white-collared woman looked at the baby-faced youth. The baby-faced youth was smiling at Tang Yamo and the woman. Once he saw that both of them were looking at him, he said, "I didn't find the moon flower." The woman asked, "Were you seriously looking for it?" The baby-faced youth looked stunned for a moment. Then he smiled, "I was earnestly looking." The woman's suspicious gaze swept over him but she didn't ask anything else. The baby-faced youth looked at the woman before turning his eyes back to Tang Yamo. As if he had seen something, his smile became more brilliant. He stared at Tang Yamo with a strange look. Other people might feel uncomfortable by this. Tang Yamo just looked at him, his expression unchanged, before glancing at the woman. "We only have 2 hints. First, the moon flower loves to lie. Second, it is the moon flower." This was the tower attack game. Tang Yamo wouldn't let only the woman give ideas. He said, "The clue that the flower loves to lie can't be used currently. The second clue seems a bit useful. Whether or not the name is a nickname or is real, we should guess why it is called the moon flower." The woman thought for a moment. "It is likely that it looks like a moon." The baby-faced youth interjected, "It likes to grow under the moon." Tang Yamo glanced over once he found that the baby-faced youth was also participating in the discussion. It is possible. There are generally 3 ways to name flowers in the world. The first is related to the growth habit of flowers, such as the Rosa Old Blush. The Rosa Old Blush blooms every month all year round and it is also called the Old China Monthly. The woman said, "I seem to have seen this somewhere." Tang Yamo continued, "The second way of naming is related to the shape of the flower, such as the 5-star flower. It has 5 distinctly shaped petals like a 5-pointed star, making it the 5-star flower. If the moon flower is named after the first 2 reasons, it will be very easy to find. At least there will be traces to follow. If it is named in the third way then we have too few clues. Some flowers are named according to legends, such as the Forget.Me. Not. I will temporarily not mention these since the Black Tower didn't give us any more hints about the flowers. The name of the moon flower shouldn't be the third reason, otherwise we can hardly find it. The game must have a way to win. In the absence of any clues, the words moon flower was the only clue Tang Yamo had. The reason it was called the moon flower must be related to the flower itself, not because of strange stories. The woman nodded in agreement. At this time, a laugh rang out. "You know a lot about flowers. Did you used to work at a florist?" Tang Yamo looked at the baby-faced youth and replied lightly, "I like reading books." In the past, Tang Mo could leisurely read books when he worked at the library. He read many books and his knowledge reserves were a bit higher than ordinary people. But he certainly couldn't compare with Luo Fengcheng. The baby-faced youth made an "oh" sound before asking, "You have read so many books. What did you do before?" The woman finally couldn't stand it, "That is enough. Stay on task and keep such useless nonsense until after the game. Now our first priority is to find the moon flower. Do you have a clue?" The baby-faced youth shrugged. "I don't know. He has read a lot of books. Maybe he knows." He pointed to Tang Yamo. Tang Yamo. Would he know what the moon flower was just because he read a lot of books? What was this? Tang Mo remembered the book-finding game that he played with Mosaic. In that game, Tang Mo and the huckster had to look through several bookshelves and thousands of books to find just one. The game had a time limit, and in the end, Tang Mo didn't use searching through each book as the method. But there was no time limit for this game. Tang Mo intended to propose that the three people pick up all the flowers in this greenhouse. As long as the moon flower was picked up, it might be counted as completing the quest. However, just as he was preparing to speak, the baby-faced youth suddenly reached out and held his hand in front of Tang Mo's face. Tang Mo was startled. The smile on the baby-faced youth slightly changed before he slowly started to laugh. The woman frowned. "What are you doing?" Tang Mo didn't speak. The movement of the baby-faced youth was obviously to prevent Tang Mo from speaking. Then he took out a phone from his pocket. After the Earth went online, electronic devices couldn't be used. Phones couldn't access the internet, make a call or send a text message. It could tell the time, but this wasn't as light and fast as a watch. Tang Mo had already thrown his phone away. He didn't expect this baby-faced youth to be carrying the phone with him. He opened the memo in the phone, typed a line and showed it to Tang Mo. "Don't move, the flower behind you just moved a bit." Tang Mo's eyes narrowed. The woman also saw these words and her eyes widened with surprise. But she cleverly closed her mouth and didn't make a sound. Tang Mo took the phone and typed. "Are you sure you saw the flower behind me move? I remember a bundle of white roses behind me. I checked and found nothing strange." The baby-faced youth typed back. "It moved. The rhizome moved about 6 millimeters. I clearly saw it." 0.6 millimeters, he saw such a small distance. There was a constant smile on the baby-faced youth's face. It was likely that he had found the moon flower. Tang Mo couldn't see any excitement or pride on his face, but there was a strange feeling. Tang Mo calmly typed. "I won't move. You two find a chance to seize the moving flower. Maybe it is the moon flower." The woman looked at the baby-faced youth and the two nodded lightly. Tang Mo pretended that nothing had been discovered and said calmly, "Since the branch task is to find the moon flower, then." Whoosh! At this time, the woman and the youth acted together. The two players had reached the level of attacking the tower. Therefore, they rushed behind Tang Mo at a very fast speed and caught a big and strong white rose in the blind of an eye. The thorns on the stems of the roses couldn't stab the skin. The woman and youth firmly grasped the rose. Then a shrill cry rang out in the greenhouse. "Ah, help! The stinky human players caught me." Tang Mo suddenly felt that something was wrong. He didn't have time to react and there was a burst of screams, like an avalanche crashing over them. Ah, what to do, what to do? It was caught. Then, is the next one me, is it me? What are these human players going to do? Are they trying to grab us to make us take a bath? I don't want to. I look so good and haven't scattered my pollen yet. I don't want to be taken by humans, let alone be made into tea. The thousands of flowers in the small glass greenhouse screamed. The loud voices bombarded the ears of the three players. Despite their enhanced physical fitness, they shivered from the terrible sound. The smile on the baby-faced youth's face disappeared for the first time. He ruthlessly squeezed the white rose. There was a snap and the long root of the rose was broken directly by him. The screams of the flowers abruptly ceased. A second later, even more miserable shouts began. "Ah, he really wants to pull us out for a bath. It isn't necessarily a bath. Maybe he wants to turn us into tea or incense. I don't want to be taken away by him." Tang Mo walked forward, picking the white rose that was swaying and crying for help from the baby-faced youth's hand. The youth looked at Tang Mo and didn't speak. Tang Mo directly asked, "Are you the moon flower?" The white rose's crying suddenly stopped. It didn't answer, but the surrounding flowers helped it. The moon flower. It isn't the white rose. When did it become the moon flower that loves to lie? It isn't the moon flower. The moon flower has long been moved to another place by the Queen of Hearts. It is a white rose in special glass, a white rose with a special glass heart. The voices constantly entered the ears of the three people. Tang Yamo seized the key words. The moon flower was moved away by the Queen of Hearts. A giant peony moved in front of Tang Yamo, its red petals gently quivering. It asked, "Are the three of you looking for the moon flower?" Tang Mo's expression changed when a huge flower suddenly appeared in front of him. He soon calmed down and said, "Yes, we want to find the moon flower." The big peony replied, "It isn't here. I know all the flowers in the greenhouse. The moon flower was moved away by the Queen of Hearts yesterday. I heard that she moved it to her bedroom. I also heard that it was moved to the gem corridor. I heard that it was sent away by the Queen of Hearts. You can't find the moon flower here." The other flowers said together, "Yes, the moon flower isn't here." Tang Yamo asked, "How can we find the moon flower?" The big peony shook and said, "We have been in the glass greenhouse since we were seeds. We don't know what the outside world is like, and we also don't know where the moon flower went. But yesterday, the two guards that took the moon flower away came from that place." The big peony used its green leaves to point to a vine of flowers. "The two guards left through that door. Perhaps you can go out there to find the moon flower." The woman walked to the vine of flowers. The purple wisteria shyly closed its petals and moved aside. The curved wisteria moved, exposing a small wooden door. The female player turned back and said, "There really is a door here." Tang Yamo once again looked at this giant peony. He looked calmly at the peony flower, as if wanting to determine if it was lying. The big peony seemed to be the leader in the glass greenhouse. It seemed to see Tang Mo's thoughts as it said, "In the glass greenhouse, only the moon flower loves to lie. We are all good flowers that don't lie. Yesterday there truly were two guards who moved the moon flower through that door." Many flowers repeated the peony's words. Tang Yamo looked at it for a moment. The woman said, "It doesn't seem to be lying." Tang Yamo agreed. "Yes, I also think so." The baby-faced youth smiled again. "Now we have to walk through that door to find the moon flower." The three people discussed it. It was basically Tang Yamo and the woman talking while the youth was an onlooker, and unanimously decided to leave the glass greenhouse. Tang Yamo looked at the broken white rose in his hand and didn't know where to put it. The white rose said cautiously, Can you put me back in the dirt?" Tang Yamo inserted it into the soil right next to its half-broken rhizome. After returning to the soil, the white rose swayed with joy. It happily stretched its leaves and constantly looked up, as if wanted more sunlight. But because it was broken, it was shorter than the other white roses next to it. The other white roses blocked its sunlight, making the petal head only receive a bit of poor sunshine. The white rose started to cry and the other white roses stretched out their leaves to comfort it. Tang Mo's group turned towards the small door. The baby-faced youth wanted to kick open the door, but Tang Yamo used the small parasol to stop his legs. He looked at Tang Yamo. Tang Yamo said, "There might be the Queen of Hearts guards. Don't make too much noise so as to not invite unnecessary trouble." The woman carefully pushed open the door and determined there was no danger outside. Then the three people passed through the door and left the greenhouse. 2 months ago, Tang Mo never believed there would be such big flowers in the world, let alone speaking ones. After the Earth went online, he experienced too many games and saw a variety of game bosses. Now Mario and Pinocchio weren't surprisingly, let alone a group of flowers that could speak and cry. Beyond the vine of flowers, there was a narrow corridor. This corridor was similar to the previous tunnel. On both walls, small braziers were hung every 10 meters to light up the corridor. Only the flames of the braziers burned more vigorously and the corridor was as bright as daytime. Tang Mo's eyes were still staring at the patterns on the braziers. These patterns were the same as the ones in the previous tunnel. They seemed to have no rules and it was like the craftsman drew them randomly. But there was a sense of familiarity when looking at them. Tang Mo observed for a while before he found a person watching him. He quickly turned his head and looked at the other person. He asked coldly, "Mr. Bruce, what are you looking at?" Despite knowing Bruce Wayne was a pseudonym, Tang Mo still called the youth this without a change in expression. The youth smiled and said, "I'm looking at something interesting." Tang Mo replied in a calm voice, "Am I something interesting?" The baby-faced youth asked, "Do you think you aren't interesting?" Tang Mo turned his gaze away, not answering the question. The three of them continued to move forward. The woman had long been disgusted with the youth. She always stood by Tang Mo's side and kept a distance from the youth. This time, even Tang Mo walked away from him. But the baby-faced youth just put his hands in his pocket and seemed very happy, walking forward with a smile. The three of them walked through the corridor and arrived at a dining room. The dining room's long table had a set of metal tableware placed on it. The woman checked it carefully and said, "There is some meat residue on the plate and the knife and fork are still a bit warm. It should have just been eaten recently. Be careful. Someone might be here." The trio warily observed their surroundings but nothing strange happened as they left the dining room. Tang Mo closed the white door tightly. He turned around only to find the baby-faced youth looking at him again. Tang Mo's expression slowly sunk. This time, the youth's expression was even stranger, as if he was really watching something interesting. Tang Mo could see only one emotion in his eyes. A strange anticipation. Tang Mo didn't believe that a stranger who he met for the first time would have special feelings towards him. It was because from the beginning, when the three of them met in the corridor, the youth had been looking at him with this expression. He must have seen something. Tang Mo clenched the handle of the small parasol. The Queen of Hearts gem castle was extremely large. The three people walked for 10 minutes and didn't reach the end. Nor did they meet anyone. This time, they walked through a gold hall. The white woman pushed open the hall's back door and cried out with surprise, "There is no light." After leaving the greenhouse, every corridor and room they walked through was brightly lit. Some were illuminated with flames and others with gems. There were a variety of lighting tools but without exception, this magnificent castle shone brightly. Now there was once again no light. The woman carefully took out her flashlight. She lit up the room and made sure there was nothing strange. Then she turned to them and said, "It is an empty room. There is no problem." She stepped in as she said this. The baby-faced youth followed her. Tang Mo turned on his flashlight and was the last one to enter. He closed the door. The moment he closed the door, a swift wind blew from above his head. Tang Mo reacted very quickly and took 2 steps back. But this thing is faster, an icy object swiping across Tang Mo's chest. From the left shoulder to his right abdomen, Tang Mo's clothes were cut by this sharp thing. It was really too sharp. After the scratch, beads of blood could be seen from the small wound. The wound wasn't deep. It only scratched the epidermis because Tang Mo dodged. But the wound was too long and Tang Mo's clothes were soon dyed red, making him look terrible. In the dark room, the woman hurriedly moved her flashlight to illuminate the thing in front of Tang Mo. "A leopard!" the woman exclaimed. The next moment, the Black Panther squatting beside the door slammed into the nearest person, Tang Mo. Its front paws were stained with some blood, a sign that it had just scratched Tang Mo's chest. Tang Mo raised the small parasol and quickly read the spell. The parasol opened and blocked the Black Panther's paw. The force was far beyond Tang Mo's expectations. Tang Mo was pushed back a meter from the terrible force. The woman anxiously called out. It is too strong, we aren't an opponent. The door is there. Run. The woman shone her flashlight and hurried in the direction of the other door. The baby-faced youth looked at Tang Yamo, smiled and also turned to escape with the woman. Tang Yamo was at the rear of the trio and didn't have time to care about this woman. He turned to leave the room with his companions. At this time, the Black Panther roared and opened its mouth, dazzling white flames spewing out. Tang Mo's eyes widened. No one imagined that this ordinary Black Panther could actually spray fire. It all happened in the blink of an eye. The woman and youth saw the fire but they had already reached the door. The woman's hand was pressed on the door handle. Only Tang Mo was closest to the Black Panther and couldn't escape from this sudden fire attack. In this second, the woman's eyes blinked while the baby-faced youth put his hands in his pocket and looked with interest as Tang Mo's figure was about to be swallowed up by the flames. The next second, the woman finished blinking and the youth's lips were curving upwards. A figure appeared behind the Black Panther. Tang Mo raised the small parasol and mercilessly stabbed it into the Black Panther's back. The white flames instantly disappeared and the Black Panther screamed with pain, falling to the ground. Blood quickly spread from its body towards Tang Mo's feet. Tang Mo took care of the Black Panther and gazed coldly at the woman and youth. I don't know what the story with this Black Panther is. It is now dead, so we should hurry and leave here. The woman looked at him with shock. You, how did you? She paused and stopped asking. Tang Mo opened the door. Go. The woman looked at him with a complicated expression and didn't ask any more, walking out of the room. This was Tang Mo's prop. Or ability. In any case, they were just a temporary team. Tang Mo didn't need to tell her how he could move so quickly to kill the Black Panther. But her eyes were more vigilant as she looked at Tang Mo. As Tang Mo and the woman left the room, they found that the youth hadn't followed. The woman turned back. What is it? The youth's face was shrouded with darkness. They could only see his feet and not his expression. A long while later, the youth emerged from the dark room and smiled. It is nothing. I was just a bit scared when this Black Panther suddenly appeared. Shall we keep going? There was no truth from this youth's mouth. The woman didn't believe that he would be scared by the Black Panther. With this person's strangeness, it was more likely for the woman and Tang Mo to be scared by him. The woman looked coldly at him and the youth was still grinning. Tang Mo looked at his disgusting smile and narrowed his eyes. It wasn't the same as before. He was still smiling but the feeling was different from before. The baby-faced youth perceived Tang Mo's gaze and turned to look at Tang Mo. The two of them looked at each other without speaking. The three of them soon arrived at a room. Thanks to the panther's surprise attack, the woman was more cautious this time. She opened the door, jumped back quickly, made sure there were no surprises before looking carefully into the room. She gazed carefully at every corner of the room before her eyes finally stared straight ahead. Is that the moon flower? Tang Mo and the youth walked over. They saw that behind this door, the trio had been through countless doors by this time, was a long and dark corridor. There was a beautiful angel mural painted with special pigments on the walls on both sides of the corridor. The roof of the corridor was glass and the moonlight shone through the glass roof onto the murals. The beautiful angels seemed to be painted in diamonds as they shone. At the end of the corridor was a small gem-shaped platform. A round glass covered the high platform, which contained a silver flower in the shape of a crescent moon. The corridor was too long and the flower wasn't very big. Tang Mo did his best and could barely see the moon-shaped bud. The youth smiled. Doesn't it look like the moon flower? Tang Mo agreed. It must be the moon flower. The three people glanced at each other. With the woman in the lead, they cautiously walked through the corridor. Once they entered the corridor, the door slammed shut. Tang Mo and the woman immediately looked at the baby-faced youth. The youth said innocently, I didn't slam the door. It closed by itself. The credibility of this sentence was questionable. Tang Mo and the white woman still coldly stared at him. The youth said helpless, I'm actually speaking the truth but you don't believe me. Tang Mo removed his gaze and continued walking towards the moon flower at the end of the corridor. The woman said, the branch task is for us to find the moon flower that loves to lie. If we just take it on face level then we have now found it. But the black tower didn't say the task was completed. We probably have to hold the flower in our hands for it to be found. Tang Mo added. Now that they arrived here, the three people hurried through the corridor towards the moon flower. Tang Mo's gaze as on the angel murals on either side of the corridor. The murals were very similar to the murals in many church buildings, where there were scenes of angels playing. But this paint was very special, reflecting like diamonds in the moonlight. The three people arrived at the end of the corridor and were only 10 meters away from the moon flower. At this distance, Tang Mo clearly saw that this beautiful silver flower was swaying gently under the moonlight. Perhaps the moonlight was its original luster or perhaps it was the unique color. The moon-like bud had a layer of silver petals. It gently stretched out to touch the glass dome, the silver petals swaying. The moonlight shone, making it look beautiful. The woman's breathing quickened and she hastened to pick up the flower. But they had just arrived 10 meters before the flower when a gentle voice filled with temptation was heard. Do you really want to come over? The woman stopped her footsteps. Tang Mo looked at the flower in astonishment while the youth showed curiosity. Separated by a layer of transparent glass, the silver moon flower turned its beautiful bud to Tang Mo's group. Its moving voice was like a feather that gently scratched at their hearts. You three poor humans, you came here without finding the line on the ground. Tang Mo immediately looked down. The woman and the youth were also looking at the ground. The three people looked carefully until the woman cried out, it is here. Tang Mo followed the direction of her finger. It was flat and smooth ground without any special lines. Tang Mo stared for a long moment before finally finding a very thin silver line. This line was 10 meters long and divided the corridor into two halves. It suddenly appeared at the feet of the three people and extended towards the foot of the wooden platform where the moon flower was located. At this moment, the three of them were standing at the beginning of this line. The moon flower said softly, now you have two ways to choose. Come from the left side of the line to pick me up or come from the right side. Three poor humans, which way will you choose? The woman calmed down and asked, what is the difference between these two roads? The moon flower explained, of the two roads, only one is the right way. Poor children, you will pay the price for going the wrong way. In your short life, you always have to make choices. Sometimes you are forced to make the choice and sometimes you do it of your own will. There are times where you can't find the choice that will determine your life. Like now. The moon flowers waved its beautiful petals. A road full of traps and a calm road. Humans, which way will you come to pick me up? Tang Mo raised his head and looked at the flower that seemed very gentle and kind. Did you lie just now? The flower's voice abruptly stopped. After a moment, it uttered a strange laugh. Its voice was still soft but the gloating laughter revealed insidious cunning. Human, why don't you guess if I have lied just now? Chapter 59. You are listening at novelfull.audio. The Earth is Online. Chapter 59. Chapter 59. On the high wooden platform, a moon flower covered in glass shook its green leaves and looked at the three players in front of it. Its voice was gentle and kind, but the tone was full of malice. Its words made Tang Mo stare coldly at it. The woman carefully studied the silver thread on the ground. She looked up and said, you mentioned there were two roads, one full of traps. What happens if we don't go on these roads and step on the line instead? The woman spoke about a method that Tang Mo also thought of, but he was aware there was something wrong. The moon flower swayed in the moonlight and said, then you step on it. The woman was stunned. You. Step on it and see what happens. Come on, I'm right here waiting for you. But if I were you, I would choose to come from one of the two roads. This line is so fine. Who knows, while stepping on the line you might end up in both roads. Oh, did I lie? This time I really didn't lie. I swear on the nose of the Queen of Hearts. The woman's expression gradually sank. In the face of this moonflower that loved to lie, it wasn't just here, Tang Mo was also powerless. The moonflower loved to lie, but no one knew which sentence was true and which one was false. Perhaps there were no traps on both roads and it was nonsense. Perhaps there was a trap on one road or traps on both roads. In the face of such a lying flower, its words had no significance. Tang Mo squatted down and looked at the silver thread on the ground. This line extended from their feet and ended at the high platform where the moonflower was. The moonflower was covered by a glass and it currently shouldn't be able to escape from the glass. It should be the same as the flowers in the greenhouse. It could speak but it couldn't move. For example, the white rose could only watch as it was plucked by the baby faced youth. This line should have nothing to do with the moonflower. It didn't draw the line. Tang Mo speculated, this line might already exist or it might be drawn by the guards who moved the moonflower. I am more inclined to this. The line is something the Black Tower added to increase the difficulty of our branch mission. So far, Tang Mo's group had encountered two side missions. The first mission required them to arrive at the glass greenhouse in 10 minutes. They didn't encounter any dangers along the way. As long as they ran at full speed, they could reach the glass greenhouse within the time limit. The second mission was to find the moonflower that loved to lie. Now they had seen the moonflower and only need to pick it up to complete the task. Along the way, they only met a fierce panther in one room. This black panther was very strong. If Tang Mo hadn't used his a fast man ability, he might have been seriously injured. But it wouldn't threaten his life. Therefore, this second task wasn't difficult. Tang Mo said, the sentence that this corridor has a trap should be true and not a lie. Tang Mo looked at the woman and the youth. It is about 10 meters from our current position to that podium. As you said, normally we have 3 choices. Go from the left, go from the right or walk on the line. The youth suddenly raised a hand. I won't walk on the line. Tang Mo and the woman looked at him. The woman asked in a strange manner, what are you doing? If you go or not has nothing to do with us. The youth pointed at Tang Mo, didn't he mean to let the 3 of us each take a separate path? The moonflower suddenly let out a strange laughter, making the 3 people look at it. The flower had a noble and elegant appearance in the bright moonlight. Based on its beautiful appearance, no one would think that it had just let out the sinister laughter. It was obviously the youth's words that made it laugh. Tang Mo said lightly, I don't want the 3 of us to separate. Where you decide to go is your own will. I won't force anyone. I am just explaining the options. But Mr. Bruce, I'm curious. Why don't you want to walk on the line? Does it say not to walk on the line? The youth sincerely pointed to the moonflower. The moonflower acted like it was watching a movie. Once it was suddenly called, it froze for a moment before gently saying, yes, I said that walking on the line could be regarded as walking on both roads. I really didn't lie. The baby-faced youth smiled. Yes, I believe in you. The moonflower. Perhaps the moonflower itself didn't think there would be a human who believed in it. Its petals shook against the glass and kept shaking for a long time. Tang Mo looked between the moonflower and youth while continuing, I personally don't recommend walking on this line. This line is too thin. Even if you stand on tiptoes and walk, your feet would tread on both sides. This behavior is likely to be seen as stepping on both roads at once. He suddenly looked at the baby-faced youth. Mr. Bruce, which way do you want to go? The youth replied, I will casually decide after watching you. Tang Yamo looked at the woman. The woman was a bit hesitant. She thought for a while before asking Tang Yamo, where are you going? Tang Yamo didn't hide anything because the two people would see his prop anyway. It was better to say it directly. I will walk on the wall. I have a prop that allows me to ignore gravity and walk for 10 minutes on any plane. This was the time for Tang Yamo to use the prop. No matter which road you go, it will be dangerous. Therefore, I want to try walking on the wall. The woman looked at Tang Yamo with surprise. It can be like this. Tang Yamo looked at the moon flower. It didn't say that it couldn't. The moon flower said, I didn't think about it, but it is possible. The woman listened to Tang Mo's words and walked to the walls, starting to ponder the possibility. However, she soon gave it. Tang Yamo couldn't walk 10 meters on the wall without the use of his magic shoes. The method of walking on the wall was only applicable to Tang Yamo. The woman and the youth couldn't imitate it. Time passed and the woman swung between the two roads. She walked to the left side of the wire and then the right. Tang Yamo wasn't anxious. In such times, no one wanted to be the first person. If it stayed like this, perhaps none of them would advance. The woman suggested, the three of us will go at the same time. Tang Yamo looked at her. The woman didn't sweat at Tang Mo's stare and said calmly, nobody is willing to go first. To tell you the truth, I also refuse to go first. If we continue this way, we will never complete the branch mission. Thus, we will go together. Isn't this fair? The woman looked at the baby-faced youth. He smiled and said, I don't object. She looked at Tang Yamo again. Tang Yamo looked calm. Good. The woman took a deep breath and slowly let it out. Then let's go together. We are now standing at this line. In 10 seconds, we will choose our own path and go at the same time. When we are ready, the three of us will put our hands behind each other's back to prevent someone from not moving like a scared mouse. After listening to this, the youth looked at the woman with a trace of interest. Tang Yamo stared indifferently at her. Half a minute later, Tang Yamo and the youth said together, I have no opinion. The woman said, then stand on a side. Tang Yamo understand the woman's words. Before she put forward the suggestion, Tang Yamo also wanted to say similar words. This game of picking up the moon flower hadn't yet begun and there was a hidden seed buried in the three people. The three of them weren't friends. If the game wasn't handled well, the three people might not choose the right path and there might even be fights. It was because no one wanted to be the first to go. There are only two paths. Once the first person went, the remaining two people would be able to walk along this road if it was the right one. But suppose there were traps and the remaining two people couldn't go this way. This wasn't the first person, just bait for the other two. At this time, the woman stood up and proposed that the three of them go together. Yes, it was only by going together that team conflicts can be avoided. This was the fairest way to all three people, but saying it was too cruel. To ensure that no one would secretly retreat, the three of them would put their hands on each other's backs. Once the time was up, they would push their teammate. You don't want to go, you have to go. This was the intention behind putting a hand on each other's backs. Tang Yamo chose to walk on the wall. He looked at the two roads before reaching for a button on his sleeves. He threw the button into the air before catching it. Then he opened his hand and looked at the back and front of the button. The youth came to his side. Zhao Zhao, do you still believe in this? Tang Yamo was stunned and couldn't respond to the Zhao Zhao that he was suddenly called. As the youth placed his face in front of Tang Mo's, Tang Yamo recovered and took half a step back. He spoke in a cold voice, Mr. Bruce, my surname is Zhao. Don't call me like that, it is very disgusting. The youth smiled cheekily. I gave you a nickname. Isn't it nice? Your surname is better than hers. It would be hard to hear if I call her Wang Wang. The woman sneered. Thank you for not calling me that. This small episode slightly eased the tense atmosphere. Tang Mo was on the left, the woman in the middle and the youth on the right. The three people stood at the beginning of the silver line. How about you let me do the countdown? The youth suddenly said. Tang moaned. The woman turned to look at him. He said, it doesn't matter who countdowns. As long as someone dares push the others out, the others will push everyone together. This is fair. We will all go together. Therefore, let me count down. I am very lucky. Other people have called me Lucky Yao, Lucky Bruce. Yao. Was Yao part of his name? Tang Mo wondered. The woman said, I have no opinion. I also have no opinion. The baby-faced youth smiled. He pressed a hand on the woman's back while the woman pressed a hand against his back and Tang Mo's. Tang Mo also put his hand on the woman's back. The three people looked ahead together. In the quiet corridor, an off-tune voice sang. Tang Mo, and the woman frowned. The youth was singing in a strange voice and it was his own improvised song. 9 is coming. Where is 8? There is 7. Enough. If you don't count down normally then I will do it. The woman couldn't bear it anymore. The youth made a helpless face. This is for everyone to relax and not be nervous. Then I will count down normally. 10, 9, 8. Tang Mo held his breath as he heard the youth counting down seriously. He prepared to use his magic shoes and ran along the left side of the wall. This was the result of his button. He couldn't decide between the left and right wall and ended up choosing the left side with heads and tails. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. The last 4 seconds suddenly became faster, almost becoming 1 second. Tang Mo and the woman weren't ready as the youth pushed the woman forward. The woman wasn't willing to show weakness and mercilessly pushed Tang Mo and the youth out as well. Tang Mo stepped on the wall and took another step. With the help of his magic shoes, he quickly stabilized his body. Then he looked up and was surprised. The woman and youth had actually chosen the right side. Although the probability of choosing each road was 50%, both of them choosing the right side was only 1.25. This probability actually wasn't too low. Tang Mo was just surprised for a moment before speeding up. With his speed, he could cross 10 meters in 2 seconds. But the moment he stepped forward, bang! A deafening roar filled the narrow corridor. Beside the wall that Tang Mo was standing on, the floor of the corridor suddenly collapsed. It wasn't just the corridor on his side. The side with the youth and woman also collapsed. The three of them understood immediately. The woman screamed, "You lied. Both sides are traps." The moonflower laughed. Both roads did have traps, but the traps of the two roads were different. On Tang Mo's side, the floor disappeared and there was a dark and bottomless pit. In the place where the silver line originally was, a transparent wall appeared out of thin air. Tang Mo's side was separated from the other side, forming two separate spaces. The youth reacted the fastest. At almost the same time that the floor collapsed, he threw a dagger forward. The dagger was inserted into the wooden platform where the moonflower was located. The youth stepped on the wall and a wire connected to the dagger he had thrown emerged from his sleeve. He deftly flipped through the air using the strength of his dagger and landed on the ground next to the platform. Tang Mo's side was very bad. The moment that the floor disappeared, a bloody and big hand emerged from the bottomless pit and grabbed at Tang Mo. Tang Mo constantly moved on the wall to avoid it, the hand smashing against the wall. Then the hand disappeared and a terrible suction force emerged from the bottomless pit. The woman was also using a concealed weapon to reach the finish line. Under the effect of this suction, her concealed weapon fell down. She screamed as she was pulled down only 1 meter before the end. It was the same for Tang Yamo. He could walk on the wall, but the wall was broken and the suction force emerged. In this instant, Tang Yamo didn't hesitate to raise his head and look at the baby-faced youth already standing at the end. Bruce Wayne, who might be surnamed Yao, was watching his two companions with interest. Tang Yamo reached out and pointed his palm at the youth's face. A rubber rope flew out from his palm and tied around the youth's right arm. At the same time, the woman grabbed at the youth's trousers with one hand before she fell completely. A hint of astonishment appeared on the youth's face. The suction was too strong and both Tang Yamo and the woman were being sucked down by it. The youth stared at both of them as his body moved in the direction of the bottomless pit. His eyes were cold, but he spoke teasing words, "Hey, don't drag me down." The woman sent him a pleading look. "Save me." The youth lowered his head and looked at the miserable woman, not doing anything. The two people stared at each other for a moment. Then the pants that the woman was desperately holding was torn off. She looked at the youth with despair before falling, her screams echoing from the bottomless hole. Tang Yamo looked at the scene while holding the rubber rope in his hand. The youth looked at the place where the woman had disappeared for a long time. Tang Yamo couldn't see his expression from this position. Then the youth looked up and smiled at Tang Yamo. "This rope is very interesting. Can I untie it?" Ability. I am the man who wants to be the Pirate King. Function. The palm of the hand can shoot out a rubber rope with excellent elasticity. Due to cause and effect, the tied object can't actively until the rubber rope for 1 minute. This youth started trying to untie the rope. Tang Yamo didn't have time to hesitate. The youth held the wall with one hand to stabilize his body, so that he wouldn't be dragged into the bottomless hole by Tang Yamo. With his other hand, he tried to untie the rope around his arm. Tang Yamo didn't express any opinion about this behavior. He pulled the rope with both arms, pulling himself out of the pit one by one. Once 60 seconds passed, Tang Mo's feet just stepped on the ground. He walked without any expression to the youth and untied the rubber rope from the youth's arm. The youth moved his wrist. "Is this your prop?" "Well. Pausing time, walking on the walk and a rubber rope that I can't untie. Are they all props? Or are they abilities?" Tang Yamo didn't answer him. He put the rubber rope in his pocket and pretended it was a prop. The rope went into his pocket and slowly disappeared. He suddenly squatted down, pretending to tie his shoelaces while drawing a circle lightly on the ground. Then Tang Yamo looked up at the youth. The youth was still smiling at him. Their eyes clashed. 3 minutes later, the youth smiled. "Are you thinking about why I didn't save her? She tore my pants and they were my favorite pants. If she was still alive, I will find her to get money. This has nothing to do with me." Tang Yamo shifted his gaze. "Thank you." After saying this, Tang Yamo turned and walked to the wooden platform. The youth's eyes narrowed as he heard this. There was no doubt that the baby-faced youth could save the woman. From this brief contact, Tang Yamo clearly saw that the youth's skill and reaction speed was absolute, not worse than his, it was likely even better. Putting aside abilities and props, this youth's pure strength was probably higher than Tang Mo's. Tang Yamo didn't know what he did before the Earth went online, but Tang Yamo knew that only Fu Wenduo had better skills than this baby-faced youth. In just 1 second, the youth could escape from the collapsing floor and reach the place where the moon flower was. He would have been able to pull the woman up in 2 seconds and save her. It was because even Tang Yamo could do this. But he didn't do it. Tang Yamo wasn't interested in knowing why the youth didn't do it. But if Tang Yamo hadn't used the rubber rope to wrap around the youth's arm, he definitely would have fallen. The youth couldn't untie the rubber rope and was forced to help Tang Yamo. Tang Yamo still said thank you. Of course, he said thank you while cursing the youth. They were two different things. Tang Yamo couldn't forget that he was the one pulling himself up while the youth tried to untie the rope. The youth didn't have an obligation to save him, but Tang Mo also had no obligation not to curse him. So, draw a circle to curse you. Tang Mo looked at the moon flower inside the glass. He seemed to be staring at the beautiful flower while he was actually focused on the youth. He had to be more careful with this person. The moon flower hadn't expected these two humans to arrive at its side. It trembled as it said, You came over here. So fast. Hey wait, don't take off the glass cover and pick me up. It will be dangerous. Tang Mo asked lightly, picking you up is dangerous. Are you lying again? The moon flower was so anxious that it was constantly shaking. I'm definitely not lying. You really can't pick me up. Don't pick me up. Please don't pick me up. You will have bad luck if you pick me up. Tang Mo said, You have lied more times than your number of petals. Just now, you said that one of these two roads were dangerous and one was safe. In fact, both roads are dangerous. No matter which way you choose, the floor will collapse and you will be sucked into the bottomless pit. The pale moon flower tried to defend itself. But there really is one road more dangerous. The road you chose. You saw the hand. The two roads are different. One road was safer. I didn't lie. Did you really want us to choose a way? The moon flower's voice abruptly stopped. Tang Mo spoke coldly, In this corridor, we weren't taking a road but a space. The road is the ground. If walking on the ground was dangerous, I shouldn't have triggered a trap if I walked in the wall. The real danger is the whole space. The entire space towards you was a trap. As long as we move forward, we can't avoid danger. The hardest way to pick you up is to not choose one path. It was the same no matter what road was chosen. They both had traps. It was just a hard road and a harder road. The moon flower gave these options for two purposes. One was to separate the team. Just now, Tang Mo's group had agreed that all three of them would go together and didn't give anyone a chance to evade. If the other teams weren't as decisive as them, they would fight among themselves before choosing a road, causing casualties. There would be unnecessary losses before choosing a road. Another purpose was to make the players relax their vigilance. All three people going together was just one method. Another way was to use force to bully a teammate into going first. If Tang Mo was a bit crueler, he could use force to make the woman go first. He wasn't sure about the youth, but the woman's strength should be below his. He could compel the woman to walk and the youth probably wouldn't stop him. Once the woman chose a road that contained a trap, Tang Mo would naturally go to the other road. Tang Mo had guessed that there might be traps on both roads. But once the woman confirmed that there were definitely traps on one road, he would inevitably slightly relax. As a result, the trap would trigger and Tang Mo was less likely to survive. The moon flower put in painstaking effort to stop itself from being picked up by a player. Tang Mo decisively took off the glass cover and held the moon flower's rhizome. The moon flower mournfully wailed, Don't pick me. Please don't pick me. This time I'm not lying. There really will be consequences you can't afford if you pick me up. Please don't pick me up. The youth walked to Tang Mo's side and looked down at this flower. But if we don't pick you up, we won't be able to complete our task. We can't get out of here until we finish the task. Otherwise. Are we here to talk to you while you lie? Hey, this option sounds good. Don't pick me, and you will regret it. Snap. Tang Mo picked up the moon flower with no expression. Ding dong. Branch mission Find the moon flower that loves to lie has been completed. A loud voice echoed in the corridor. Once Tang Mo picked up the moon flower, it seemed to lose the ability to speak. It lowered its bud and obediently stayed still in Tang Mo's hand. Tang Mo had no time to observe this flower when a rumbling sound was heard in front of him. Tang Mo and the youth immediately looked up, watching in front of them warily. They saw that the wall in front of them was slowly rising, revealing the world behind the wall. Tang Mo held the small parasol, wary of possible enemies behind the wall. A minute later, the wall rose completely. When Tang Mo saw the world beyond the wall, his eyes widened with surprise. Behind the moon flower, it was actually an equilateral triangle room. On one side of the room, the wall rose and revealed the corridor containing Tang Mo holding the moon flower and the youth. The walls on the other sides of the triangle room rose to reveal two identical corridors. One corridor contained a silver moon flower lazily stretching under the glass cover. The other side contained a boy who looked like a primary school student holding a moon flower in his hand, staring vigilantly at Tang Mo and the baby-faced youth. Above the equilateral triangle room was a bright and round full moon. The clear moonlight shone through the glass dome onto the room with three corridors. The rays of light flashed on the ground and walls. Tang Mo moved to the side, letting the moonlight shine on his feet. He discovered that once the moonlight shone on the ground and walls, these walls seemed to become magnificent gemstones, reflecting a dazzling brilliance. His heart stopped as he suddenly remembered a place. Ding dong! Triggered the main mission. Hide and seek game in the gem corridor. The rules of the game: first, there are 999 forks in the gem corridor. Second, there must be at least one road at each fork. If it is the wrong direction, then it will be a dead end. Third, in every dead end, there are two guards of the Queen of Hearts patrolling. Fourth, only those who hold the moon flower can walk out of the gem corridor. Fifth, one end of the gem corridor is the Queen of Hearts' bedroom. Insert the moon flower in the vase in the Queen's bedroom and the gem corridor will be closed forever. It is said that every human who stays in the gem corridor for more than 3 hours can no longer leave this magical corridor. They shall be turned into statues by this corridor. It is an honor for every underground person to become an animal statue of the Queen of Hearts. The gem corridor also thinks so. The crisp child's voice sounded in Tang Mo's mind. The moment he heard this voice, he turned to look at the youth next to him. The latter seemed to have heard something as he looked at Tang Mo. They looked up and at the little boy in the other corridor. The three people looked at each other for a while before they walked into the center of the triangular room. The little boy held a moon flower in his hand. He looked at the top of Tang Mo and the youth's head. Tang Mo also bent their heads to look at the boy's head. The little boy stared at them cautiously and said, "You are green, I am red. We are different." Tang Mo saw that the pattern above the boy's head was red. When he met the woman and baby-faced youth, Tang Mo knew that the three of them had identical green figures above their heads. Now this boy also had a figure on top of his head. The shape was exactly the same and only the color was different. His figure was red, not green. One side had two adults while the other side was a lone child. This was a dangerous tower attack game. An unknown human suddenly emerged and Tang Mo wasn't sure about whether this was a trap or not. At this time, he didn't mind using the force of an adult to oppress the boy. He said cold, "Tell me what you encountered before the wall rose. Tell us." The little boy gripped his moon flower tightly and looked up at Tang Mo. At the moment, the boy discovered that he was at a disadvantage. First of all, two adults emerged from the same corridor and they were most likely teammates. In addition, they were two adults and he was just a kid. In terms of force, he wasn't the opponent of these two men at all. Secondly, they had different figures above their heads. His was red while theirs was green. It was easy to think of them as opponents. The boy thought quickly and calmed down. "Let me guess first. You are teammates and used to be three people, right?" He guessed. Tang Mo continued to ask a question instead of replying. "Before the wall rose, what did you see and do?" The little boy looked at Tang Mo's expression and looked slightly relieved. He said, "Before this wall rose, I had two teammates. We have 3 people and the task was to find the moon flower that loves to lie. If I'm not guessing wrong, the 2 of you also had to find the lying moon flower. The little boy pointed to the flower in Tang Mo's hand. Then he continued the analysis. If I'm right, the task on both sides is the same. In this respect, we aren't enemies. And you should have heard the main mission that the Black Tower released just now. The boy didn't shy away from speaking of the main mission. Tang Mo's eyes narrowed while the baby-faced youth laughed. The 2 of them didn't deny it. The little boy went on. In any case, we are now in the gem corridor. Based on the main mission, are we really enemies? It didn't state it in my main mission and I don't believe it will be in your main mission either. Since we aren't real enemies, let us analyze what is the meaning of these 3 moon flowers being in different corridors and why is there no one in that corridor. The boy looked 11 or 12 years old but the words that came out of his mouth made sense. Tang Mo was almost circumvented by him. This boy was very clever and didn't say his main mission. Tang Mo also didn't want him to say it directly. It was because he didn't know what the baby-faced youth's main mission was. Assuming that the baby-faced youth had a different task to Tang Mo, something might be exposed if the little boy said his main mission. If the baby-faced youth and the boy had the same mission, the 2 of them could form an alliance to deal with Tang Mo. If the little boy and Tang Mo's main mission was the same, the youth would know there was a problem and hide his true mission. It would be troublesome if the baby-faced youth, Tang Mo, and the little boy had different main missions. For Tang Mo, the most important thing was to leave the gem corridor within 3 hours. The little boy saw Tang Mo and the youth's expressions and didn't speak. Then he took the initiative to pass his moon flower to Tang Mo. Tang Mo was startled while the little boy spoke calmly. I can't beat you. I don't know what your ability is but I know I can't beat you. Therefore, I want to win your trust. The boy didn't say this sentence but Tang Mo and the baby-faced youth understood. If Tang Mo really wanted this boy's moon flower, he could grab it directly and the boy wouldn't be able to keep it. But the little boy took the initiative to hand the moon flower over to Tang Mo and the baby-faced youth. He didn't know the relationship between Tang Mo and the baby-faced youth but he had to show sincerity. In fact, he also hinted at the content of the main mission. Only those who hold the moon flower can walk out of the gem corridor. The moon flower was extremely important. Tang Mo didn't know if the boy had the same game rules as himself but the boy proved with his actions that he knew the moon flower was very important. With this moon flower as a guarantee, the relationship between the 3 people temporarily stabilized. The 3 men entered the last corridor where no one was present. After Tang Mo took the moon flower, the collapsed floor behind them was restored to normal. In this corridor, the floor didn't collapse. A silver moon flower was covered in a glass dome. When it discovered Tang Mo's group of 3, it panicked and repeatedly said, "Don't pick me up, don't pick me up. It will be very dangerous if you pick me up." The baby-faced youth said, "Will we find ourselves in the gem corridor if we pick you up?" The moon flower's voice abruptly stopped. The baby-faced youth looked at Tang Mo and the little boy. Sure enough, this is the so-called dangerous thing. Tang Mo didn't care about him. He opened the glass cover and took the moon flower. But just as he was about to touch the moon flower, the youth suddenly reached out and grabbed the moon flower. Tang Mo turned to look at him. The baby-faced youth smiled. The previous moon flower was picked by you and the child also gave his moon flower to you. I don't have a flower and you don't seem to want to give a flower to me. Can I have this flower? Tang Mo said, if you want it then take it. The baby-faced youth picked up the moon flower, put it in front of his nose and smelled it. Tut, it isn't fragrant. After taking the moon flower, the 3 people examined this deserted corridor. The thin silver thread and red blood attracted Tang Mo's attention. He carefully examined the marks and the little boy's voice was heard. It seems they couldn't choose a path and started to fight. Was it the last person who didn't pass the path? Tang Yamo turned to look at him. The little boy said, everyone understands that the task of finding the moon flower is the same and the difficulties encountered are the same. You already have my moon flower. Don't you believe me? Tang Yamo looked at this precocious boy and seemed to see the shadow of another child in him. Tang Yamo said, I don't believe you. I only believe you in 9 points. The little boy asked, there are still 91 points where you don't believe me. Tang Yamo didn't answer. The baby-faced youth smiled and replied for Tang Yamo, even if there is only 1 point of disbelief, he won't believe you. He didn't believe me until now. How can he believe you? Tang Yamo said lightly, compared to you, I trust him more. The baby-faced youth spread out his hands. The little boy looked at Tang Yamo and the baby-faced youth for a long time. Then he said, I think everyone's next task is the same and that we shouldn't be enemies. Since we have to cooperation. I am called Fu Wensheng, it is my real name. What should I call you? Tang Mo's expression changed as he felt something wasn't right. The baby-faced youth smiled and said, my name is Bruce Wayne. His name is Zhao Zhao. The author has something to say. Tang. Say it again. You name is Fu what? Wen Sha. Why the surname Fu always haunting me? Old Fu. Fu Wensheng. Sister. Law. Chapter 60. You are listening at novelfull.audio. Speaking of which, your name sounds familiar. After the baby-faced youth gave Tang Mo's name as Zhao Zhao, he walked to the little boy and said with a smile, Fu Wensheng. Fu Wensheng. Fu Wensheng. Which Fu is your surname and which is your name? TL. All of them are spelt with different Chinese characters. The little boy looked at him and calmly asked, is this important? The baby-faced youth exclaimed, is it important? It is very important. Oh, it doesn't seem important. But your name? Ah, I remember. He clapped in an exaggerated manner, his eyes slightly narrowed. What was the name of the first stowaway to attack the tower? Zhao Zhao, do you remember? The youth turned to look at Tang Yamo, it is the one who dragged everyone into the tower attack game. What is his name? Tang Yamo replied coldly, I don't remember. The youth answered himself. Yes, he is called Fu Wenduo. Just like you. What's your relationship? At your age, are you the son of the stowaway? The smile on the youth's face was as disgusting as ever. He leaned towards the boy, seemingly teasing him and having fun. However, there were no traces of a real smile in his eyes. He stared cautiously at the little boy, his eyes as dangerous and treacherous as a snake. I don't know him. The little boy answered very decisively. 2 months ago, I was also dragged into the game by the stowaway and almost died inside. I hate him. You guys should be the same, right? If I really had a relationship with him, wouldn't I openly tell you my name that is similar to his and then let you doubt me? There was some truth in Fu Wensheng's words. In Huaxia, all players cursed the stowaway who dragged everyone into the game. In attack, Luo Fengqing didn't tell the other members that Mr. Fu was Fu Wenduo. It was because he felt that if he announced Fu Wenduo's identity, someone with no brains like Jack would go looking for a fight and get beaten up by Fu Wenduo. If Fu Wensheng was really related to Fu Wenduo, would he tell Tang Yamo and the youth that this was his name? He should hide his real name, in case Tang Yamo and the youth acted against him. The youth looked at him for a moment before laughing. Maybe you are using reverse psychology. If a normal person had a relationship with the stowaway, he wouldn't tell others and would try to hide it. Since you said it so obviously, why should we doubt you? The little boy looked serious as he defended himself. I just want to tell you, please believe me. Fu Wensheng is my real name. It is a bit similar to someone else but I have nothing to do with him. I'm telling you my real name because I want you to believe me. I can't beat you. If you don't believe me then you can kill me at any time. I want to live, that's all. Tang Mo looked at the child's mature and dignified performance. The youth also looked at him meaningfully. Soon, the three people seemed to have forgotten the conversation and returned to the original topic. This moon flower is exactly the same as ours and the corridor looks the same as the other two corridors. Tang Mo put back the glass cover and looked down at the dark blood on the ground. The only thing different is this pool of blood. The little boy said, as far as what I guessed, there were 3 players in this corridor. Like us, their mission is to find the moon flower that loves to lie. When it came to choosing which way to go, they must have fought first. Perhaps the 3 of them didn't want to go first. There were incidents of suppression with force and threats to teammates. The boy called Fu Wensheng, not necessarily his real name, tried very hard to join the group of Tang Mo and the youth. Tang Mo glanced at the boy. Tang Mo knew that for the moment, the boy was really trying to make Tang Mo and the youth believe him. It was because this method contained the greatest chance of survival. Tang Mo went on to say, assuming that the 3 players really used force, the first player to enter the trap should be dead. The little boy continued, the 2 remaining players thought the other path was the right way. When they walked, they were careless and died in the bottomless pit. He looked at Tang Mo and the baby-faced youth as if he suddenly remembered something. He looked up at the green figure above their heads. The youth smiled. What are you looking at, Xiao Xingsheng? Fu Wensheng didn't react at the youth suddenly calling him with such a disgusting and intimate nickname. He froze for a moment before walking over to Tang Mo. Zhao. Brother Zhao, I just thought that the figure above my head is red and yours is green. Then the 3 people in this corridor, won't they have a different colored figure? For example. They are purple. Tang Mo spoke. The little boy nodded hard. I think it is purple as well. It seems that you have been to that bedroom. Tang Mo didn't deny it. The little boy thought, then from the beginning, something in this castle suggested what type of people we would meet next. After entering the Queen of Hearts gem castle, Tang Mo received the first branch task of finding the glass greenhouse. In order to find a glass greenhouse, he passed through many rooms and corridors with the female player and the youth. One of them was a bedroom. In that bedroom, Tang Mo saw a vase with 3 feathers. One was red, one was green and one was purple. The feathers were dyed in such strange colors that Tang Mo looked at them a few times before remembering it. Now he looked at the red figure above the little boy's head and the green figure above the youth's head. It seems that after entering the castle, many places have hidden clues and hints. 3 different colored feathers suggested there were 3 teams in the gem castle. We should think about the clues we saw before. Perhaps it will be useful for completing the main task. Have you seen any other clues? Tang Mo looked at the little boy. The little boy thought for a moment. I saw a very strange sculpture fountain in a palace. It was a huge snake, very large. The palace was large but the sculpture occupied 2/3 of the space. Because it is too big, its body has been folded and it was biting its tail. Water flowed from its mouth and along a dark road. I don't know where it goes. Tang Mo frowned. A giant snake biting its tail. Jormungandr. The youth's voice was heard and Tang Mo and the little boy looked at him. He was leaning on one side and staring at the 2 of them. Haven't you heard the Nordic myth? Loki's second child, a giant snake symbolizing evil that is called Jormungandr. It caused Ragnarok and was killed by Thor. Thor, you know that. Hammer, you can't take my hammer. Ha ha ha. The youth's smile was very strange and his joke wasn't funny at all. The gemstone corridor echoed with his exaggerated laughter. He laughed for a bit before discovering Tang Mo and the boy staring blankly at him. He shrugged and leaned against the wall, humming his own terrible song. Tang Mo roughly drew an image of the snake fountain in his heart. This fountain was temporarily unable to provide any useful clues. Perhaps the fountain was implying the guard's means of attack. Or was it implying the right way to get out of the corridor? Compared to the huge tail-eating snake, Tang Mo believed that the strange lines on the brazier were more likely to be the correct map to get out of the gem corridor. The three of them examined the corridor again, determined there were no clues and left. The triangular had 3 corridors attached to it, belonging to the green, red or purple teams. Tang Mo knew that his luck was always very poor. If he had to choose a path, he would select the hardest one. If they let him make a choice about which corridor to leave from, it was likely there would be problems. However, he couldn't give the baby-faced youth a chance to speak. Tang Mo looked at the little boy. "You choose a road." The little boy was surprised. Me. Tang Mo replied lightly, "There are 3 corridors with 3 doors. You can pick one." The youth smiled as he watched the scene. The little boy thought for a moment. The purple team has no one and we happen to be 3 players. Let's form a new team and leave from the purple corridor. No objections were raised. The 3 men walked to the end of the purple corridor. Tang Mo turned to look at the youth. "Mr. Bruce, do you favorite trick?" He spoke while glancing in the direction of the door handle. The smile on the youth's face stiffened before becoming even brighter. He stared at Tang Mo before walking to the door and kicking it open. With a bang, the wooden door was kicked open. The 3 wary people held their weapons and found there was no danger. Tang Mo went out first, followed by the youth and the little boy. Once they saw the scene behind the door, even the always smiling youth showed a moment of astonishment. After the bright moonlight corridor, they saw a more magnificent world. The whole world was like a gemstone. The ceiling was blue topaz, the walls were a bright red crystal and the ground was orange amber. Sapphires like the sea were suspended above each player's head. The clear blue, the red walls and the yellow earth reflected the 3 faces of Tang Mo's group. The orange amber ground looked too smooth and it seemed they would slip on it. Tang Mo stepped on the ground and found the friction was still very high. It wouldn't affect walking at all. The friction here seems to have nothing to do with the gem itself. This is the real gem corridor. Tang Mo said before quickly turning around. The door didn't close by itself. This means we can try the other 2 corridors. The 3 people went to the other 2 corridors and opened the door at the end. Like the magnificent and beautiful gem world, the doors of these 2 corridors also led to long and narrow gemstone corridors. After witnessing the beauty that humans couldn't achieve, Tang Mo was no longer shocked. He analyzed, when we entered this corridor, we opened a door in a room. Now that room has gone. It has become the gem corridor. It seems that we can only choose to enter one of these 3 corridors. The 3 people returned to the first corridor, crossed the wooden door and went out. There was on need for light when walking between such gems. These gems seemed to glow, the radiance coming from inside the gem. This light wasn't dazzling, but once thousands of gems came together, the entire corridor shone like daytime. Walking down the gem corridor, it was the first time Tang Mo felt that he was playing a game. This place was as beautiful as a fairy tale. The 3 people walked for half a minute before coming to a fork in the road. The youth deliberately laughed. There are 999 forks in the gem corridor. We met one so quickly. Tang Mo quietly looked at him and came to a conclusion. The youth's game rules also mentioned that the gem corridor had 999 forks. Tang Mo asked, which way should we choose? There were 2 different roads currently in front of Tang Mo's group. The 2 roads looked exactly the same, without any differences. One pointed to the left and the other to the right. Tang Mo threw the question to the little boy. This time, the little boy's forehead was covered with sweat as he faced the choice. He didn't say anything as his eyes moved between the left and the right. Finally, he looked up at Tang Yamo. You are letting me make a choice again. Tang Yamo calmly explained. I have very bad luck. If you let me choose, there is a 80% chance there will be a problem. The youth interrupted. If your luck isn't very good, then we should choose the opposite direction of yours. Whatever you choose, we will to the other side. Tang Yamo glanced at him. Even if you choose the opposite direction, there might be a problem because this is still related to my choice. Tang Yamo didn't have any hope for countering his bad luck. He sometimes wondered if he did something bad in his last luck in order to get this cheap abilities book. He couldn't let other people experience his bad luck. The youth smiled at Tang Mo's words. He opened his mouth and seemed to want to say something. But then he changed it to, you won't accept my choice anyway, and closed his mouth. The right to choose returned to the little boy. Tang Yamo and the youth stared at him. The little boy was silent for a long time before pointing to the left. I choose this side. In any case, there were only two choices. Left or right. Tang Yamo replied calmly. Then we will go this way. He strode to the corridor on the left with the little boy. The youth spoke loudly, hey, aren't you going to ask my opinion? What if I don't want to go left? Tang Yamo didn't turn his head back. Then you go to the right. The youth. This unpleasant fellow still followed them. The three people walked down the corridor on the left side. Tang Yamo seemed to trust the little boy's choice completely as he entered the corridor on the left. But his hand was tightly holding onto the handle of the small parasol. The third rule of the game. In every dead end, there are two guards of the Queen of Hearts patrolling. If this was a dead end, they would meet with the Queen of Hearts guards. In this tower game, Tang Yamo only knew two important game characters. One was the Queen of Hearts and the other were the guards. Needless to say, the former was definitely the big boss of the game. The latter shouldn't be underestimated. They appeared in the rules of the game and the Black Tower used them to warn the players to choose the right path. Then they should have a certain strength. However, maybe it was because the boy's luck was too good or accuracy rate was fairly high. The three people walked for half a minute before meeting another fork in the road. The three men were relieved to see this fork in the road. This meant that they hadn't chosen the wrong way and the road on the left wasn't a dead end. However, the three of them soon became nervous again. Tang Yamo looked at the little boy. Little boy. This was an important choice that determined his life. Every time he made a choice, it was like consuming life. Fu Wenxing started to doubt if he should go with these two people. If he really chose the wrong path, maybe that two people would turn against him. But under Tang Mo's direct pressure, he had to make a choice. The little boy said, left side. Tang Yamo and the boy walked to the left, the youth slowly following. This time, the little boy also chose the right one. They passed 5 crossroads. It was like the boy was possessed by the goddess of luck as he chose the right way every time. Every time the three people entered the fork, they watched for sneak attacks and moved forward at the fastest possible speed. The Black Tower said it was almost impossible for humans who spent more than 3 hours in the gem corridor to walk out. This wasn't a formal game rule. The Black Tower attached the "it was said" phrase when saying this. Tang Yamo didn't dare take it lightly. The exact number it said was 3 hours, so this must have some meaning. Most likely, Tang Mo's group really couldn't leave this corridor once 3 hours passed. Once the three people successfully passed the 7th fork and arrived at the 8th one, Tang Mo's eyes widened with surprise, the little boy and youth also showing some shock. There were 3 identical corridors in front of them. Tang Yamo responded first. He stepped forward and touched the entrance of the 3 corridors. He turned his head. There are really 3 corridors. Now there are 3 choices. Which one should we choose? He looked at the little boy. Little boy, dot. The second rule of the game. There must be at least one road at each fork. If it is the wrong direction, then it will be a dead end. Tang Mo now understood what this rule meant. Who said the fork junction must be 2 roads, not 3 or 4? As they encountered right now, there were 3 roads. One of them would be a dead end leading to 2 guards. Or maybe 2 roads were dead ends and only one way was right. The little boy felt pressured and took a deep breath to calm himself down. He chose a path. It is still the left one. Tang Mo looked at him. He saw that this child still had something to say. Sure enough, the little boy continued, I don't know if I am choosing the right path. When there were 2 paths, one of them was a dead end and the other was the right way. If I choose right, we will continue to move forward and there will be no mistake. I am afraid. There is one dead end here and both roads are the right way. Brother Zhao, do you understand what I mean? Tang Mo quietly watched him for a long time. Then he said, since you chose the leftmost road, we will go that way. The little boy was a bit anxious. Brother Zhao. Tang Mo didn't answer him and walked down the leftmost road. The youth was watching in an interested manner. After seeing Tang Mo walk away, he leaned over to the anxious child and said in a low voice, why are you anxious? He is ignoring you, which means he had thought about the problem. He isn't in a hurry, so what are you anxious about? Isn't it fine if you live? The little boy's changed at these words. He looked up at the baby-faced youth and the youth showed him a bad smile. Then he put his hands in his pocket and quickly followed Tang Mo. The little boy also followed. Along the way, the little boy thought that Tang Mo would do something special to record the way they walked. However, Tang Mo just walked forward as always. He didn't make any marks and his face was calm. It was as if he really didn't notice the multiple forks, what it meant and how much danger was hidden. The little boy looked at Tang Mo's back for a long time and hesitated, still not speaking. But he soon had no room to think about it. As the 3 of them reached the end of the corridor, the youth had just taken a step forward when he suddenly went backwards quickly. Tang Mo also reacted in an instant. A sharp spear was stabbing straight towards him. He moved sideways while opening the small parasol. A dark spear slowly emerged from the air. A humanoid playing card guard with a spear in his hands also stepped out of thin air. This was the J card. The playing cards saw Tang Mo avoid the spear and turned their spears towards him, stabbing through the air. Tang Mo quickly read the spell and opened the small parasol to block the blow. He was struck by this attack and fell 3 steps back before stabilizing his body. On the other side, the youth had taken out a dagger and stabilized his figure. These playing cards were tall and powerful. When they waved their spears, they barely had any technique. They simply stabbed straight and raised it upwards. But the spears were too hard and sharp, their strength posing a threat to Tang Mo and the youth. Tang Mo's eyes contracted as he saw an opportunity after the spear stabbed. He closed the small parasol and the tip pierced the center of the playing card. There was a clashing metal sound. Tang Mo's eyes widened. He stepped on the gemstone wall, turning in the air while shouting, "Be careful." The youth also teleported behind another guard at a speed that couldn't be followed by the naked eye. He held the dagger in his left hand and smiled at the card. Go well. His dagger stabbed the guard, only for sparks to unexpectedly fly. There was no trace of the playing card being damaged. The youth's face suddenly changed. He jumped nimbly and escaped the guard's spear. He turned to look at Tang Mo. The 2 people cried out in unison, "Run!" Tang Mo and the youth turned at the same time, quickly running back. While running, Tang Mo picked up the little boy with one arm and threw the boy on his back. The guard's speed increased when they saw that the 3 people were fleeing. They tried to chase but the 3 people had completely run out of the corridor. The moment the 3 people left the corridor, the movements of the two guards suddenly stopped. They stood in the corridor, mechanically turning their heads before heading back to the depths of the corridor. Their steps caused the ground to rumble and the entire corridor to shake. Once he saw that these two guards were no longer chasing, Tang Mo set the little boy on the ground. He looked at the baby-faced youth. These two guards have no fighting skills and their moves and speed aren't too fast. But they are too hard. I can't make any wounds on their bodies. Can you? The baby-faced youth replied, no. Tang Mo took a breath. The Queen of Hearts guards are these playing cards. Maybe she is also a playing card. Anyway, we can't beat the guards. They are hidden in the air so they will suddenly appear when we come to the end of the corridor. Their attacks are sneak attacks that we can't guard against. This time we were lucky. They didn't block our way back. Tang Mo paused before looking at the little boy. Pick another path. The little boy asked, you still want to let me choose a path? Tang Mo nodded. You choose, there are two paths left. The little boy clenched his fingers before pointing to the middle. This one. Okay. The three people entered the middle road. The trio didn't have too much time to analyze the guards they had just met because they had a 3-hour time limit. In 3 hours, they must leave the gem corridor or they would never be able to leave and would be turned into sculptures. This time, the middle road was right and the three arrived at another fork. There were only 2 rods this time. The little boy chose the left and the 3 people entered. Along the way, Tang Mo didn't say anything. He looked down at the ground while thinking unknown thoughts. Time passed and three people didn't know how many corridors they walked and how many forks they encountered. They met a dead end 36 times. Once the wrong road was found, Tang Mo and the youth would immediately retreat. The little boy was very astute. He wasn't prepared the first time he encountered. Since then, he stayed behind Tang Mo and the youth in order to not burden them. The second they met danger, he would be the first to turn and run away. But eventually, they met 2 guards who tried an ambush. A guard appeared in front of Tang Mo and the youth, while another guard appeared behind the little boy, surrounding the 3 of them. Tang Mo was forced to use swallow energy from far away like a tiger to blow away the 2 guards. A path opened in front of the 3 people and they quickly took the opportunity to escape the trap set by these 2 smart playing cards. After escaping, the youth looked at Tang Mo, once again, a prop. Or is it an ability? Tang Mo stared at the youth who was still smiling. He said calmly, it is a prop. The youth made a meaningful sound and looked at the little boy. Choose another road. Just now, a guard sneaked behind the little boy and he couldn't rely on Tang Mo and the youth. The little boy pulled out a gun from somewhere and used it to resist the guard's offensive. Players who were able to enter the tower attack game wouldn't be ordinary. The little boy seemed defensively but his gun fired a terrible fire bullet, hitting the playing guard on the forehead. Although he couldn't damage the playing card, he pushed the card back several steps and bought time for Tang Mo and the youth. The boy calmly made a choice. The one on the far right. Tang Mo nodded gently. Okay, we will go here. I won't go. The baby-faced youth's voice rang out, causing Tang Mo and the little boy to look at him. He saw this tall and thin young man leaning against the red gemstone wall, the disgusting smile still on his face. He pointed to the wrong corridor the 3 people had just gone down and said, you saw those 2 guards. They are much more powerful than the previous guards. The guards have a different strength. If we choose the wrong way, the guards we encounter will likely become more and more powerful. Therefore, I don't trust him. I won't go that way. The youth suddenly laughed. I seem to have said it before. Everyone calls me Lucky Bruce. Zhao Zhao, will you come with me? Tang Mo's eyes were curiously watching the youth's face. He was so quiet that the youth couldn't keep smiling. At this time, Tang Mo said, "Why choose the middle one? I like it." The youth smiled again. "Where will you go?" Tang Mo retracted his gaze. "I will walk with him on the right." The youth spread out his hands but didn't try to discourage him. The three people were divided into two times. The youth walked to the entrance of the middle corridor while Tang Mo and the boy walked to the right corridor. The little boy hesitated as he looked at the youth and the youth waved at him. The little boy immediately looked away and decided to follow Tang Mo. The youth made a very regretful expression. "Then we will really separate here." Tang Mo looked at him coldly and didn't speak. The youth saw this and his smile became more brilliant. He sighed, "You are still very interesting. I hope to see you again in the future." He stepped into the middle corridor as he talked. Then Tang Mo suddenly opened his mouth. "You must go in the middle corridor." The youth paused and he turned back to look at Tang Mo. He smiled. "Did you decide to go with me?" Tang Mo said, "The two of us will walk in the right corridor and you will walk in the middle. If you choose the right one, that's it. If you choose the wrong one, you will encounter two more powerful and intelligent guards than the ones in the left corridor. Mr. Bruce, your chances of escaping are less than 50%. With us, even if the right corridor is wrong, there is a more likely chance of escaping from the guards and you will have a greater chance of survival." As if he didn't hear Tang Mo, the youth said, "Then goodbye." The youth stepped into the middle corridor. He put his hands in his pocket and walked while humming. He heard the sound of footsteps behind him. He sang his off-tune song and turned. In the splendid gem corridor, he saw a handsome young man and a little boy entering the corridor. The youth gave a low laugh. "Zhao Zhao, you want to go with me again?" Tang Mo stared at the youth's face for a long time. He stared and it seemed that the youth deliberately stared back at him. The little boy thought something was strange and was going to break the silence when Tang Mo smiled. His lips curved as he said, "We meet again, Mr. Bruce. I thought about it and 3 people are better than 2. Even if you chose the wrong path, at least the 3 of us have a greater chance of surviving. Then let's go together." The youth snorted and didn't speak. He continued to hum as he walked forward. This time, the middle corridor was right. The 3 people walked for half a minute before coming to a fork in the road. This time there were 4 roads and the little boy looked at Tang Mo with panic. Who knew that Tang Mo wasn't looking at him but was looking at the youth? "I didn't think you would really guess right, Mr. Bruce. I said that I have always been lucky." Tang Mo said, "Then isn't it better for you to decide where to go this time?" The little boy sighed with relief when he heard this. The youth's eyes narrowed as he gazed at Tang Mo. "You will let me decide. If you don't want to, we can let the child continue to choose the path." Tang Mo said casually. "Both of you are very lucky compared to me. There is no problem whichever person chooses." "Fu." Tang changed his words. "Child, which path will you choose?" The little boy didn't think he would have to choose in the end. The little boy said, "The right." The youth laughed. "I also choose the right." Tang Mo said, "Both of you coincidentally chose the same. Then we will go to the right." Tang Mo and the little boy walked down the right corridor together while the youth walked to one side. He seemed accustomed to his teammates being on guard against him. He walked calmly, looking at Tang Mo from time to time. He vaguely felt there was something wrong and carefully observed Tang Mo from head to toe. Then he retracted his gaze. There really was no abnormality, at most. Wasn't Tang Mo's attitude towards him a bit better? But soon, the youth was ignored by Tang Mo. Tang Mo basically asked the little boy where to go, regardless of the youth. It was only when there were many roads that he would condescend to ask for the youth's opinion. Every time he asked the youth which way to go, the youth's smile became more brilliant, as if he had seen something interesting. The 3 people walked for over 2 hours. Once they stopped at a fork with 7 paths, all 3 stopped and didn't speak. In fact, from the first time we encountered 3 paths, we knew this game wouldn't let us go so casually. Tang Mo suddenly opened his mouth and the other 2 looked at him. Tang Mo gazed calmly at the 7 identical corridors. There is a 3-hour time limit and 999 forks in the gem corridor. On average, it takes 30 seconds for us to walk from one fork to another. 3 hours is 10,800 seconds. If we don't waste a second, we can walk up to 360 intersections. The little boy agreed. Yes, I know it from the beginning. The more important part is the multiple roads. More than 2 hours ago, the little boy wanted to remind Tang Mu about this problem. The Black Tower's rule said that every fork must have at least one dead end. Don't you know this rule as well? There is no need to talk about the 2-way fork. Even if it is wrong, we can go back and take the right way. But in the case where there are multiple options, assuming that only one road has guards, it is too easy for us to choose the wrong way. If we go down a path, it might be correct at first. However, at the end, it is likely that all roads will be dead ends. He looked up. The Black Tower didn't say that there must be a correct road at every fork. Tang Mo looked at this calm and rational little boy and said, yes. Maybe we will encounter a fork where all options are dead ends. It is because we have gone the wrong way a long time ago. At one of the forks, we chose a seemingly correct path but it was actually wrong. Take this road will make us meet a dead end sooner or later. It's like a maze. A brief, unobstructed road doesn't mean it will connect to the end. It is possible that it will be a long time before we find out that it is connected to dead ends. The youth raised his hands. Then what is the use of this now? Tang Mo looked at him. Of course it is useful. First of all, we simply can't finish 999 intersections in terms of time. Second, there is the possibility of taking the wrong road infinitely. And as long as we go the wrong way, we will encounter guards. The strength of the guards gradually rises so we will be killed by them sooner or later. In this case, I can't see how to get out of the corridor. No one should be able to leave. The youth's face was confused. But someone went out. Didn't the 2 crows say that a little girl left the gem corridor? In the first side mission, Tang Mo, the youth and the female player had heard 2 crows chatting. They said that a little girl had left the gem corridor and that she was the only one to do so. Tang Mo faintly smiled. Yes, I know. Then there must be a way to leave this corridor. The youth started smiling. The little boy also realized what was going on. Did you find the right route? Tang Mo looked down at him. Do you still remember the sculpture fountain? It isn't Jormungandr or any other mythical character. It is a snake eating its tail, it is. Infinity. The youth seemed to understand something. The little boy's eyes slowly widened and after a long time, he cried out, Infinity, Mobius ring, there is always only one surface. Tang Mo replied, yes. You saw the sculpture fountain and I saw some strange curved lines. I always felt that these curves were a bit familiar but couldn't remember how. What was the common point? It wasn't until I understood that your giant snake sculpture is an infinity symbol with an end-to-end connection that I realized it meant the Mobius ring. In the 19th century, mathematician Mobius found that a piece of paper flipped 180 degrees and stuck together form end-to-end was a magical ring. This ring had only one surface and a pen was used to draw a line on the ring. In any case, this line would return to the origin and form a closed circle. This was the Mobius ring. The lines on the brazier are mostly closed figures. In some twisted curves, there were even infinity symbols directly hidden. It's just that I didn't even notice. Tang Mo explained. Perhaps the purple team had seen other hints but they didn't survive to share the clues with the trio. Therefore, it was only until now that Tang Mo realized the first two seemingly simple branch missions were actually hints for the players on how to leave the gem corridor. The gem corridor was a Mobius ring. Even if they went through 999 forks and walked through every fork, they could never escape. Because it was connected from end to end. After understanding this, the little boy said again, "But even if we know this, how can we go out?" Tang Mo looked at him, and in his peripheral vision, he saw that the youth was also greatly interested. He calmly asked, "Have you seen Alice in Wonderland?" This was a very famous children's book remade into many movies and television shows. The little boy would certainly know it. The little boy nodded. Tang Mo explained. There is also a Queen of Hearts and a little girl named Alice. In that novel, the Queen of Hearts said something to Alice which later led to a well-known knowledge theory. The little boy was only in his early teens and had never heard of any knowledge theory related to Alice in Wonderland. The youth suddenly opened his mouth. The Queen of Hearts theory. Tang Mo looked to him. Yes, it is the Queen of Hearts theory. The Queen of Hearts said to Alice that no matter how hard she tries, she won't necessarily advance and will stop in the same place. Alice said that in her world, as long as you run in one direction for a while, you will certainly go forward. However, the Queen of Hearts told her that in Wonderland, she would have to run at twice the speed to make progress. The Queen of Hearts theory was that effort wouldn't necessarily bring about progress. It was only when the effort reached a certain level and made a radical innovation that it was possible to change the status quo. Running at a certain speed and can only stay in place, unable to leave. The little boy thought for a moment before realizing. What is double the speed? What was the radical innovation and change? Tang Mo picked up the small parasol and pointed the umbrella tip at the bright ruby wall. He smiled. Hitting the wall. Boom. A minute later, there was a deafening sound and a fist-sized hole appeared in the ruby wall. Tang Mo, the youth and the little boy sped up. This hole became bigger and bigger until a person could smoothly pass through. The three people climbed out of the hole in turn, looking like dogs crawling regardless of their posture. After leaving the hole, the three people immediately stood up and observed around them. The little boy exclaimed, "Why are we still here?" Yes, this was the corridor where they first left, the corridor belonging to the purple team. The trio walked up and found a black stain on the ground. The little boy said, "This is really the corridor we left in at the beginning. Then we didn't leave the gem corridor." The little boy's voice stopped and he looked back. He was startled to find that the hole they made had disappeared. It wasn't just the hole. The gem corridor they just dug their way out of was a black wall. The three people checked and found that the hole and gem corridor was gone. They turned to look ahead. In the place where the moon flower had been placed, the high wall had disappeared and was replaced by a tall and sturdy door. The door was quietly there, as if waiting for someone to push it open. The little boy understood. This is the Queen's bedroom. Tang Mo said with a smile, "Yes, it is the Queen's bedroom." They had come out. The gem castle of the Queen of Hearts was a place where space was disordered. The gem corridor was a trap from beginning to end. There was no meaning in the 99 forks. The guards at the end of the dead ends had no meaning. If they wanted to leave the gem corridor, they didn't need to choose the right path or defeat the guards. They had to break the Mobius ring, realize the Queen of Hearts theory and make a major change. The three people smashed the wall of the gem corridor and came out successfully. When the wall was smashed, Tang Mo had handed the moon flower back to the little boy. It was because the fourth rule of the game said that only those who held the moon flower could walk out of the gem corridor. Tang Mo wasn't sure that the little boy could leave the hole. Just in case, he returned the flower to the other person. The three people each held a moon flower in their hands. Tang Mo said, "Go to her bedroom." The little boy nodded and followed Tang Mo's footsteps. The voice of the youth was heard behind the two. Then we just need to put the moon flower in the vase and the gem corridor will be closed forever. As he spoke, he followed the two people. Ah, the game is going to end soon. It's so boring, I want to play a little more. Should we go back to the gem corridor for a while? We have 3 hours anyway. Tang Mo coldly gazed at him. If you want to continue playing, just go and make a hole on your own. The youth spread out his hands, a smile still on his face. The three of them walked towards the queen's bedroom and the little boy said, "Be careful. Maybe there is a trap in the bedroom or maybe the Queen of Hearts." Whoosh! A sharp dagger flew past Tang Mo's eyes, almost rubbing against his eyelashes, and slammed into the wall. Tang Mo reacted very quickly to avoid it, but another silver knife flew in front of his eyes. This person's sneak attack came too suddenly and the little boy still hadn't reacted. Tang Mo barely avoided it twice and his body was unstable. The baby-faced youth smiled while his fingers deftly flipped a silver butterfly knife. The sharp blade repeatedly rubbed against his fingers, constantly attacking Tang Mo. Tang Mo kept falling back and finally supported himself on the ground with one hand. The youth took this opportunity to grasp the moon flower in Tang Mo's hand. Everything happened too fast. The next thing the little boy knew, the youth's right hand had already grasped the stem of Tang Mo's moon flower. But at this moment, Tang Mo was unexpectedly prepared. He used the hand support to stand upright while his other hand firmly grasped the youth's right, preventing him from stealing the flower. The youth's smile disappeared and he looked at Tang Mo with astonishment. Tang Mo's palm turned over and a huge match appeared in it. He pointed the red matchstick head at the youth's right arm and hit it fiercely. At the same time, flames emerged from Tang Mo's palms. The flames that went up to 1535 degrees Celsius ignited the match as well as the youth's right arm. Tang Mo waved the giant match and drew a perfect arc in the air. After the burning match rubbed against the ground, the flames dissipated but the match head was black. On the other side, the youth took 3 steps back. He looked at Tang Mo and shouted, "You," only to suddenly step on empty ground. Noel and the youth reacted quickly and reached out, grabbing Tang Mo's pants. A black bottomless pit appeared in the middle of the corridor. This was exactly the same as the one that Tang Mo encountered before and was even in the same position. 3 hours ago, the female player fell into the same bottomless pit. Now the baby-faced youth was holding on to Tang Mo's pants while being pulled down by the suction force. But the youth was stronger than the woman. He held on to Tang Mo's pants with one hand while his other arm was burning. He didn't feel any pain as he unexpectedly started climbing up without Tang Mo's help. At this time, Tang Mo hit the big match against the ground. He looked at the youth about to climb up and smiled. "Thanks to you, I now know the real effect of the match. Only a high temperature above 1500 degrees Celsius can ignite this match and once the match burns something, the flames will never go out." The youth stopped pulling at Tang Mo's pants and stared up at Tang Mo. Tang Mo said, "If you cut off your arm now, you can still live. Otherwise, Bai Ruoyao, you will be burnt alive by it." Bai Ruoyao's eyes widened as he stared at Tang Mo. The flames kept burning as he looked at Tang Mo, as if imprinting this person into his heart. The next moment, he didn't smile. He didn't hesitate to loosen the hand holding onto Tang Mo's pants and swung the silver knife, cutting off his fiery right arm. The youth fell into the bottomless pit. His laughing voice spread from the bottomless pit and echoed in the corridor. "Zhao, I am looking forward to our next meeting. You must never meet me again." At the same time, a crisp child's voice was heard in the corridor. "Ding dong. China District 7 official player Bai Ruoyao and China District 6 official player Fu Wensheng have successfully cleared the Black Tower's first floor, normal mode. They have completed the main mission, Gem Corridor's desperate survival game, successfully surviving 3 hours and passing a total of 112 forks. Player Bai Ruoyao has obtained 0 moon flowers and gets 0 rewards. Player Fu Wensheng has obtained 1 moon flower and gets 1 reward. The author has something to say. Shi Hui Yao. He he. TL. Basically society/person Yao. Author's nickname for Bai Ruoyao, Tang Tang. Oh, I will burn you to death. Xiao Fu. Oh, I am just a soy sauce. TL. Xiao Fu equals little Fu, i.e. Fu Wensheng. Soy sauce equals minding my own business, old Fu. Oh, I really played a part in this chapter. I am a soy sauce and no reader has found out where I am.